of Eldarth campaign, the Moonrise campaign. Well, here we are. We're going to get right into it. Someone want to give me a recap for the last time we were together?
Should I do it after I failed to do it last time? Maybe.
By
I'll
all
give it a
means.
shot.
Prerogative is
By all
on you
means.
guys.
I'll do it. So the last session started when we were in the middle of combat, and everything was looking kind of bad for specifically Kenna and also Vasily and Gwen, who were surrounded by a lot of dead canine creatures. Were they undead kobolds? I don't remember. We specified.
We
Whatever.
have no idea. We don't know.
Yeah, undead canine creatures.
It's like you could inspect them now, though. Let's find out.
They are for real dead.
We could
hopefully.
do that. Fortunately, the first turn we had was big darkness thrown over, a lot of disadvantage, and Nikolai's big shatter that knocked out a bunch of them, and the commanders, the hunters, the living, as commanders of the troops, kind of realized things were going south and soon fled. And between a lot of attacks missing, Kenna got to escape. Gwen and Vasily tried to escape, but got her back. But everything kind of went decently smoothly afterwards. Let's see, what else? Everyone's finally able to kind of chill for a bit. Lars finally gets to sleep. Kenna, joined by Edelweiss, check out the log house that Gwen and Kenna had checked out a little bit earlier. They went for the rooms that hadn't checked, found some treasure, found some books, found a dead body or a skeleton, came back with some more treasure, and Gwen had her fun, spectacular adventure where she went hunting werewolf style and found another were panther.
Kitty.
Were kitty. And she may or may have not have aggroed him. We do not know for sure, but she's definitely set on her. She's marked her territory, and I didn't mean it that way, but also literally that way. And yeah, we kind of come back to everyone. I'm not sure if the long rest is long rest officially ended by the start of this, right?
The long rest. By the start of this, the long rest for Moldaheim is finished. Y'all haven't even started yours yet.
Yeah, that's what I meant, because we are also reading. He's also going to read. But yeah, a little bit of reading, a little bit of books breaking because of natural ones. And Vasily's going to open a chest now, I assume.
Yes, Vasily would have opened the chest over the course of everyone doing their reading and stuff, so he could get to napping, as he's been trying to do since he's arrived.
We're gonna find out what it does now, I think.
Well, I guess that is a good place of any to start off at, which is over the course of Moldaheim resting, and you guys sort of perusing through some of the things that were discovered in the Longhouse, reading these damaged, mildew-ridden books, trying to gather information from them to the best of your abilities without harming them, which, as was mentioned, unfortunately a couple of them suffered terribly because of it. There were 2 footlockers that were discovered, both locked, one of which Kenna managed to get a glimpse inside of one. The other one, for the sake of just not spending more time on it, was brought back and was decided to be opened. Vasily, the stranger that stumbled upon you all inside of this fort, who is proven to have some magical talents, has offered to open one of them, given that's all the strength he has left for spells today. And it was that chest, in particular, that was chosen. And so very sort of unceremoniously, approaching the footlocker after it is identified as the one you wish to be opened, he goes down, speaks a couple of arcane words. You hear a loud knocking sound, and you hear the mechanism pop open, and he just sort of flips open the the trunk and then walks back to his corner of the room where he sort of settles into a spot with a blanket to finish resting. Inside the chest, for those of you that are nearby and eagerly awaiting to see the contents, there are a couple of things that stand out to you. There are two wood tubes of some kind. They have like twist necks at the top. They're probably about 6 inches long, about 2 inches in diameter. There is a set of boots here, finely made from dark brown leathers, trimmed with a bit of fur, and look like they've seen some use, but are holding up quite well. There is a ring of keys here as well, and a set of traveler's clothes, which look like they're well suited for the winter environment you are currently facing.
Do they look particularly old? Like they've been sitting here for a while?
No. They look... I mean, they look completely usable. Someone, if anyone who's interested, you can make me a history check. Let's see if what sort of a history or an investigation check. We'll see what sort of information you can gather on them.
I'd like to make a history.
Go for it.
Like to...
All right, I'll take 2 rolls.
I'll do an can I give you advantage?
What are these? What's the rolls for?
To investigate the items in the trunk.
Kenna would only want to inspect the boots, see how their made is. So.
Okay.
She wouldn't care about the other items.
All right. Well, then hit me with an investigation check, then, Kenna, for the boots.
Can I help you with that? Because I don't know if I was allowed to help Nikolai.
Yeah, I heard you. In which case, he's getting his 25.
Okay, cool. Never mind.
Yeah, I assume that's where that was going. Nikolai, you quickly sort of glance at things. The first thing you notice is that the make of the clothes are relatively modern. As in, they're not outdated, based off of the practicality of how they're used, along with standard craftsmanship that you're familiar with from the area. So much so to the fact that you know these were purchased within your duchy in particular. Worst case, they're maybe a year old. They're well maintained, and anybody could wear them, and they would gain the benefits of proper winter gear. So they're not that old. The boots, however, are unusual in that their make is not from around these parts. Granted, it looks like they've been adapted for a bit of a colder climate. Kenna, you also kind of give these a once-over. You don't recognize where they're from, but you do notice that the soles of them are smooth. They are more akin to moccasins than they are really boots.
Okay.
The very nice boots. Anyone want these?
How big are the boots?
Honestly, at a glance, they don't look like they're gonna fit you, Kenna.
I figured as much, of course.
Most of the other people here, using sizing you'd find in North America, they look like they'd probably be about like a men's 9, somewhere in that range.
Would she know, just from like the stitching, how durable they would be? Like if she's like looking at him, being like, yeah, this looks good, or like it fall apart.
A 15. No, you're fairly convinced that these are well made, and they would endure some pretty savage usage.
Okay, she would let the others know.
If I take a look at them?
Yeah, she'll pass them over. They won't fit me, and I don't think they would suit our hooved friend either. So.
Appreciate you. Just gonna look them over. I have no idea what size shoe Gwen wears.
These are the questions.
These are the questions that define our generation. Do they look special at all? Anything about them other than just being finely made?
Well, the fact that they're clearly not made from this area. They're not really a type of boot that you're super familiar with. Again, their make is kind of unusual. Given that you were helping Nikolai with his history check, they don't look like anything that's made on this continent, of which you've actually traveled fairly extensively. And Nikolai, you would also, even at a glance, sort of know that. Like I said, they've had some adaptations done, but the base make of these do not come from Kindrasa, which is the part that is unusual. Yeah, there's definitely something to these boots, but there's no easy way of telling what they are. Or what it is, rather.
And you said they had a soft sole on them with moccasin?
Yeah. Soft and smooth.
Something about these. I'm not quite too sure what it is, but they're definitely not from around here. I'd like to hang on to them if I don't have this snow.
Would, just because of
Sure.
the way she looked at, and then how they're made, would she know that they're better suited for tundra?
Yeah. I feel like that's something Kenna's pretty on the up and up about. I would say so.
The smooth sole means you can distribute your weight better. It's probably suited for high snow areas with tundra.
Hmm. Especially, so if we're not sticking around here, you'll have a limited use. You're fine though.
But they do have use right now if anyone does want to use them, so you can keep them. I don't really care. I'm more interested, and he'll look at the I'm gonna call them scroll cases because that's what I thought they were, but just for reference, the small tubes.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Well, you know, it's funny. When you pop the top on one of these, who'd have thought there is a curled piece of parchment inside?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Jokes on you, it's map.
Well, let's find out.
gonna
With a warning.
Don't take that away from me.
Extremely carefully, because don't know what their condition is. Take them out with care, and look what's on them.
Well, I guess pick one or two. Which one are you opening first?
One.
One. Okay. Yeah, you open it up and very delicately handle it. The parchment appears to be quite resilient and is made of a very fine material. And once you unfurl it, it is covered in arcane glyphs. It is in fact a spell.
Ooh. Okay.
I will require an Arcana check for you to try to figure out what it is, since you cannot cast it.
Ah. Well. Nope. Oh. Oh God.
Now you'd have to spend some time studying it, but as it stands right now, you are uncertain as to the contents of this particular scroll.
Okay. He'll go.
Oh wait.
This one is a spell scroll of some type. I don't know of what spell, but it seems to be of that origin. I'll pop the cap on the other one and look at that one. Look at number 2.
Likewise, a spell scroll. This one, however, glancing it over, you can tell this is a spell scroll of enhance ability.
Ooh. This one, I actually know, is enhance ability. Quite useful. Trying to get the accent back in. Give it a second. If you guys want, I could identify this first one. See what this one is. I believe that's a function of the identify spell.
Why can't he He can't figure it out again?
He can't identify it because he can't cast the spell.
He doesn't know what it is directly, instantly, because he can't cast it, but he could identify it with magic.
I mean, he could have also figured it out if his Arcana roll had been better.
Yeah. Whoa.
Could I also see the scroll?
I'm assuming Nikolai will pass it around.
Over. Yeah.
Who's there?
He'll pass Buzz because he has no real.
Yeah.
Well,
he's interested. Yeah.
Was there anything?
Sorry, go ahead. You first.
So no, it's just was there anything else in the chest? Just the tubes, the fancy boots, and the traveler's clothes?
Yeah, that's all. That's in this chest.
Okay.
Can I see what spell it was, or?
I need an Arcana check.
Ah, okay. Nope. That's a 10. I accidentally rolled this to GM. Nope.
Unfortunately, you cannot identify it either.
They just nod their head and
it's a complex
pass it.
spell. More complex than the spells you know currently. So you suspect it's a moderately powerful spell because of how difficult it is to decipher.
While they're passing the scrolls around, in that time after Kenna would pass the boots off, or when she passed the boots off and told them what their use would be, she would have gone to the second chest and or not the second chest, the first chest, and began trying to just work one of those other boards off. That's all.
Sure. All right.
She's got all of her magic is not arcane, so she's got no use for anything else in that.
Okay. What was the roll we had you do last time?
It's a good question. I think it might have been dexterity with strength, or sleight of hand with strength. I'm not sure. I don't know. She's sitting down cross-legged with the chest. She's got the hand axe out.
Yeah,
You know, she's just wedging it in, hitting the back of it, pulling it up, prying it.
Yeah, I like that.
Wait.
So let's do another strength-based sleight of hand. Let's do a strength-based sleight of hand check. I like the sound of that.
Okay.
Could I stop Kenna for a sec? 'Cause
That's up to you.
We found like a ring of keys, correct?
Mm-hmm.
There's like a keyhole.
Oh
in
yes,
that thing,
I'm
right?
sorry. When Gwen asked me that, yes, there's also a ring of keys in this chest.
And there's a keyhole in that chest, correct?
Uh huh.
Yeah, Edelweiss would be like, could one of the keys be from this? It'd be a little strange, but they could
Or
have
you
been
can-
speakers.
You can grab the keys, walk on over and try it.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not standing around waiting. Like, she's
Yeah.
already doing
Yeah,
it.
I'm trying to like interrupt Kenna before just in case something happens and just be like, keys.
Well, Ken's just over there working away, not having too much luck, but so you can present the keys as a solution.
Yeah.
She's like trying to get the iron bar pried out. Like, damn bolt. Fasten.
Pretty well
And
made,
just,
yeah.
like, swearing
Present
not
key.
in common underneath her breath.
Oh, what language is it?
Yeah, what language
what
is
language
it?
Oh,
Yeah, what
jeez.
language is it?
Language nerds.
I'm the one next to her, so it should be, what language is it?
What language is it?
Yeah, Kyle. What
language
language is
hold
it?
on. What languages do you know?
Do you want me to post it?
I
I'll
mean,
post mine.
what?
It would be Edelweiss. What languages does
Yeah.
Edelweiss know?
I can
Oh, yeah.
also hear
Yeah, and then Gwen.
Can
common,
Right.
elven, dwarven, giant.
I, yeah. Some things might change.
Would my high perception be able to also hear the swearing?
Edelweiss, you don't know what language it is. Gwen, you don't know what language it is.
I have an idea what language it could be, but you know.
I mean, all y'all can hear it. I don't think
Yeah.
like it's like under their breath, but it's not quite. You know what I mean? It's just like, damn it.
Okay.
And yes, Nikolai, you have incredible passive perception. You definitely can notice.
Any
Let's
of those?
Nope. Nope.
Huh.
Just leave it as a mystery then. Y'all don't know what language it is. Just sounds like a lot of. Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of something.
You can't really tell what language it is to begin with because she's only saying like one or two words. It's not like a whole sentence.
Yeah.
It's like an incoherent
Okay.
noise for you. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you can like kind of hear. You can kind of hear what kind of language because of the not
Nope.
inflection, but whatever. Whatever.
Not with
that doesn't
this.
matter. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, keys.
She'll look at it. Just, yeah. Okay. And she'll grab, and then she'll like flip through the ones. Before she sticks any into the lock, she's gonna look to see if any like match visually the size.
Right. Well,
To
this
see if she can find one.
this ring of keys has 6 keys on it. Make well, you know, nuts to it. Make an investigation check. Let's Let's see if there's a identifying marker here.
And
Hey, look, the warden and his jingling keys became relevant.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yay!
So because I
Can I-
forgot of the click clacks. Click clacks.
Yep.
Can I go over and help her identify them, or is this a personal thing?
Sure.
Have advantage on that.
Well, first one was a 7 plus. You said investigation.
Yep.
2, so a 9.
Okay. One more time.
Oh, that's off my desk.
No, it's got to be on the desk.
That's a 2 plus 2, so that's a 4. So it's the 9.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So the investigation check turns up the fact that there are 6 keys on the ring, 5 of which are all pretty similar in make, none of which particularly stand out to match the make of the chest. But key number 6 is unusual in that the make is completely and wildly different in comparison to all the others, because it is carved from a strange blue metal and has a runic symbol carved into the top of the key.
What's the rune? Is it a familiar rune of language?
That is a good question. What languages do you speak? I guess, let me go check your sheet real quick, so you don't have to.
They're in there. It's at the
Keep
bottom.
your little secret.
You do not recognize it.
Okay. Well, this
I'm
one
assuming-
stands out, but she hands it up to Nikolai. I don't know if you have any idea.
Do I understand it?
Nope.
And you said the other 5 didn't look like they matched, or that they all look like they match, but they're all the same. Like
Yeah,
same
they're
key.
all the same make and model.
She's just gonna try 'em.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll try as well since I'm literally here.
Yeah. None of you with your language proficiencies recognize the rune on the key.
No. I mean, she's just gonna try and put the key in. Like
Yeah,
keys, not the special one, but the
yeah.
other 5.
The other 5? Yeah. None of the 5 keys unlock this footlocker.
Okay. They didn't work.
Well, they.
And she
Guess
goes
we'll have
back
to
to
figure it
trying the
out.
good old precise hand axe.
What
Guidance
about the
that-
special one?
I don't know. What about the special one?
Yep. Did you try the special key? The one that stands out?
I didn't. I thought you said it didn't look like it fit.
I did not say that. I did say that it looked different from all the other keys.
Oh, okay. I didn't. I just assumed that it would be for something special. I can try it, however, and she'll put it in and try to turn.
Roll D100.
This is why we don't try silly things. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Fuck around and find out. 2020.
Yeah, fuck around and find out. All right. I don't have a
motto.
D100, so I'm just gonna 45.
Okay. You fit the key into the mechanism and you turn it. Nothing happens.
Quinn would have stepped back a ways before she did that.
At least nothing came of it, and she'll pass it back to them and return back to good old precision hand axe. Just,
Okay. Your finagling will take you another hour or so.
Yep.
To
Just
try
got
to
nowhere else to
get
go,
a place
so.
out. Yeah.
In
the meantime, what else is anyone? Is anyone else doing anything? What
Try
kind
the
of-
keys
There is
on the
something,
notebook.
Yeah.
None of all of the keys appear too large to unlock the journal.
Fair. I didn't think so because it's from it seems like that person said this is from a different thing, but might as well give it a shot.
I mean, at a glance, all of the keys appear to be too large for the journal. You're more than welcome to try all of them.
I'm gonna, if I may, I'm gonna grab all the dishes and whatnot that we were using and cooking and take them down to the river to clean. Just find some other chores to do, and then after about an hour or so, take another lap along that perimeter that I set up. Hour and a half, 2 hours maybe.
Okay. Again, signs of small game, but other than that, nothing else.
Okay.
Nikolai would actually like to cast something.
Sure. What would you like to cast?
He's going to use 2 side points, the rest of his side points, to cast Augury.
Ooh. Spicy.
and the action that he's wanting to take is, or to get insight on, is basically, would it be a good idea for him to take the orb out of the bag? Would it hurt him? Things like that. What?
Okay. Omen from an otherworldly entity.
Nice, by the
About
way.
the results of a specific course of action you take in the next 30 minutes. So in the next 30 minutes, you're asking if you retrieve the orb from the bag, will it hurt you?
Yep.
Okay. What sort of... this is just like a glimpse, right, for you, because of your psionics?
Yeah, it'd be like when he tries to really pierce the veil and look in the future, like the D100 roll. It'd be like that, but at a much less scale, much more pulled back.
Right. Okay.
More in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
More controlled than that he knows.
Okay. Nikolai, you take this moment, you focus on this piercing into the future, if you will, and you glimpse a vision of yourself holding the bag in your hand, and then flipping it out to drop the orb into your bare hand. And it appears as if all is fine, and then you snap back. You would feel from this feeling of wheel. No woe.
Ha! Ha!
If only you had it.
Yep. So he, after snapping out of his minute trance, he will look at Edelweiss. Go. I think now is the time to test that orb. I have a sneaking suspicion. Can you vouch that it will be much better results than last time? Can you help me procure it from Kenna?
If you so wish, but kind of like looks at Vasily and it's like glances at Vasily like over in the corner.
It's
He's curled up with a blanket,
Totally fine.
facing the corner, like a man trying to get his sleep, much like Lars.
Alright.
Well, would I think I'm awake, writing down notes. In the
Yeah,
corner.
yeah. But like
But-
you
but-
were earlier.
Yeah, but Lars is sort of like still like writing his journal. He'll look up, hearing the suggestion, and just start inching further back.
How about we wait a few moments? I'll get back to you in a minute.
Rather not.
Do trust me on this.
Yeah.
Well,
And Edelweiss will like pat his like shoulder.
well, we have 30 minutes, so do whatever. Within
Alright.
that time.
Edelweiss is gonna get in the corner and guidance and play some music for a bit.
Okay.
If you are thinking what I think you are going to do, I'm going into the other room.
And I'm gonna roll performance for that.
And if anything happens, scream, and I will be of
And
assistance.
that's
But
a hell of a performance.
Soothing.
I don't want
Melodic.
to come anywhere near that ball. It's dangerous.
It will be much better than last time. I have a feeling. Although, feelings have been wrong before.
I do not know what powers you wield, but if that's the case and you want to try it, then that's fine. No, and Lars will just pack up, take his bedroll, and go into the other room and take Porsche with him.
Well, he'll calmly but irritably wait for Edelweiss to finish their performance. Definitely like counting the minutes.
In the meantime,
Uh-huh.
Kenna, make me another sleight of hand check with some strength.
Would Gwen be back from?
Roger. It's actually just a +2 for both strength and dex, so I'm just gonna roll it.
Okay, go for it.
All right. 12 + 2, 14.
Okay, that's better. You're making some headway now.
Okay.
It's not quick going. It's a well-made chest. It was crafted to prevent literally what you're trying to do. With a little bit more time, you think you will successfully be able to find your way in. Just as it stands right now, no instantaneous success.
It's crafted to prevent from what I'm trying to do, but they didn't make it to be anti-giant.
No, they didn't. Few people think about that. Gwen, you return around this time.
So
several minutes
I would
later.
say real quick, Dire, just before shenanigans starts to happen, if they're gonna try and steal this fucking bag off me, all right, we need to be specific on where it's at. Okay.
Yes.
Because I want to get that before they start making calls, so it doesn't seem like I'm going extremely,
Yeah.
against
That's
what
fair.
they're trying to do. So,
Yeah. Establish.
To our in-game chat, I will post the picture of Kenna, and I will describe, because it is like a messenger bag for a normal person. And
Sure.
Kenna is large.
It's like a belt pouch.
So messenger bag will be small. So this is without her winter coat, without the big coat. What it is it's going to be wrapped more or less around where that green sash is, where the green cloth is, like it's around her waist. So instead of being over her shoulder or anything, it's not big enough to fit. So she just wrapped it around and put the bag through the handle, through the loop. So it's like if the bag gets pulled, it gets tightened around her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually tucked underneath the green sash.
Okay.
So it's gonna be basically underneath the little leather holster under the green sash for the hand axe. That's where
Gotcha.
it's at. That's where she hid it. So if they try to get it, that's what they have to go for.
Okay.
That's fine.
Duly noted and established. Everyone now knows. But you don't know.
Is the map still dark? Oh no, it's not.
But
Oh.
I didn't want it to be funny game. If it comes PvP time for these rolls, I wanted at least the
Yeah.
DM to know exactly what I had planned for it.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Do you want to do anything, Gwen, before I do? Or at least try to get the bag?
Is
Yeah,
anybody asking me to get the bag?
No, I'm asking you out of character, Owl, if you want to do anything.
Well, Gwen comes
Impatiently.
comes crunching back into from the outside after
Let's say
having
I'm
made a
impatient.
perimeter check.
Go wash some dishes. She goes, puts them down. Nikolai, if you don't tell her you want that bag, she doesn't have any. She's none the wiser for your plans or any of your ideas. She's been gone.
Well, he won't tell her right now. He's watching Edelweiss, waiting.
Alright, then she's just minding the camp.
Okay. Gwen goes about their various chores about the area in which you guys have set up camp, making sure everything's staying tidy and neat and cared for. Edelweiss playing a fabulous little tune, passing some time. For the most part, Kenna spends the next hour working on the footlocker and will probably continue doing so until I'm told otherwise. And then we're going to assume at the end of that time, it is around the time where Nikolai does his spell casting for his augury. And glimpses into the future. With Mordehine and Portia off on the side where Mordehine is making notes.
I thought you were already... I thought this was after he did the augury.
Like I said, it was in that time window, because Kenna's working on the footlocker was going to be in hours' time, so it prevents you from just going, I'm going to roll this 10 times in a row, and no repercussions, because I can do that in a minute. No, we're not doing that. Ability checks, when there's no time constraints, every check can be made, a new check can be made every hour. That's why I was asking, if people were doing things, an hour is going to sort of coast on by.
I was doing the thing after he told me that it's a good time to do it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's sort of at the end of this time frame of you guys sort of going through the chest and the contents of it. And then Nikolai is kind of doing it towards the tail end of that hour.
And
So we'll sort of just pick back up with
yeah,
Edelweiss.
like 15-ish minutes pass, and they kind of been playing to the room, and they tap Nikolai like, all right, let's see if we can ask politely then. And
Yes, of course. You'd see that he, for having his body be crushed by the very thing he's trying to get, he's rather excited.
I'm gonna say this right now, because roles are weird when it's role playing with other people, but just because Edelweiss would do this, just in case.
Oh damn. Huh. That's a great ability.
You were really close to guessing it when you were theorizing for it. I was very surprised. Like, oh, maybe it's playing for a certain amount of time. It's like sweats. So that's a 24. So no one can pass that. Of course, it's role playing with other characters. But
Money.
yeah. So Edelweiss will check how Kenna is doing with the thing.
Progress.
Kenna, how's the how does it look, by the way?
Slowly working up one side of the board. The banding is making this, the iron banding is making this a bit challenging. But you know, again, as Kyle so eloquently put, these were not designed to keep giants out. So Ken is making progress, and will inevitably get there.
Nikolai did ask if we could get me a mic up. BRB.
So how's y'all's day?
So, Nikolai,
Yeah.
you're gonna try to pick that up, maybe?
I'm here. I'm back.
No.
Perfect.
Nope.
Continue.
I'm sorry. I had no choice on the matter because the ATR thinks outside. He assures me that things will go as are okay, and as much as it seems still dangerous, I do think it's better to get it over with than let him try to taint it in any more dangerous way.
Just being told to Kenna.
Yes. Not the best, but, you know.
It's just like cross-legged and just working on the tent. Nikolai knows what I already told him.
So, well,
Nikolai just sort of standing behind Adel. It's like,
yeah. Kenna, you know how I viewed the viewed the bear before. In smaller ways and smaller effects, I can make it more accurate. About 15 minutes ago, you may or may not have seen me casting and using this ability. The vision I got from that was within the next 30 minutes. After that, it would go fine. The orb would be able to be dropped into my hands. Of course, I'm not going to do that because I have learned my lesson on that front, at least. But I think it will go a lot better this time around.
I already put everything back in the bag with the orb. If you want to fuck with the orb, you have to go outside and you're going to do it alone. You're going to pick everything up in that box, and if you die, you die. I'm not helping you.
Fair
I will
enough.
be there.
Because I've already saved you once. I'm not doing it again.
Fair enough.
That's
I'm okay
fair enough.
with that.
I
Okay.
will accompany him.
Any of the equipment you lose is on you. And she'll take the bag, having put everything in the inventory list already back in it, which means you will be dumping it all out again.
Yes.
She will then
Yep.
take the time to take the bag off and then hand it to you. She goes, remember, if you die, I will not help you. And she goes back to her
okay.
chest. And she, as you grab it, she goes, and it's outside, not inside this time.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I understand.
There you go.
Thank you.
Which do you hand it to Nikolai? Do you hand it to
And it's a Nikolai.
Thank you, Kenna. It should go better this time. How long did it take to take the stuff out of the bag?
A
All
while.
the equipment?
You've seen the inventory list.
Yeah.
Taking it out, even in handfuls, takes you quite a while.
You
Gwen
can't- oh,
follows.
yeah.
Edelweiss is here to help.
Yeah, Gwen likewise is helping.
But it's a small bag, you guys. You can't have six
Yeah.
hands in the
Yeah,
same
but like
bag.
one person's gonna grab one thing, put it aside, then the other person goes, grabs another thing, puts it aside.
I'm going to tell you this now. It will take you more than 15 minutes to properly empty the bag item by item.
That's fine.
Like I say, you guys have the list. Try to imagine organizing all of that just out of a big box and moving it onto a table. It's going to take you more than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
The only way you successfully get this there is if you dump it out.
Have fun.
You know what? He goes, I don't think, I have a feeling I don't think we'll need to take stuff out of the bag this time. Plus it would take too long. And time is already not really on our side for this. He will go outside. He will note. Yes?
Before you actually as you're walking out, Lars is at the other side of the wall. As you're walking out, because he heard all that, he'll just tap you on the shoulder real quick, and he'll say, "Listen, for what Kenna just said, please don't take this the wrong way. But if by any means you are in the wrong situation again, I will get my rifle, and if you need a quick ending, I can offer that."
I'll take you up on that.
I thank you.
Being
Confused.
trust me, I've seen people they're on the end of their last rope, and I've seen things which are not good. And the last thing I would want is for someone to be, in pain in the end, rather than something so quick that it's done.
Fair enough.
It doesn't mean to say I think you're going to fail. Please don't think that of me at all. But just in case, I just don't want you to get hurt.
I understand. Don't worry. Options are nice. Although, as I said, I don't think I'll be in that situation again.
Let us not
and
talk about it too much. Just kind of
and this
looking
time,
at Vasily in the room still.
Not budged from a sleepy little corner.
and I will be a lot safer with it this time.
Oh yes,
he'll-
sure. I totally trust the way you are thinking. It's just in case. If you say no, then that's fine. I'll watch at a distance, and if anything happens, that's fine.
let us take our leave.
Yes. Also, Nikolai will go. Gwen, if you want to accompany us in this, help point to the bag. Going to try it again.
I already told you she was going to be following. She's been around for the whole thing.
Okay, so
Ha!
Party
Nikolai,
time.
Edelweiss, Gwen are going to all step outside. Please move your tokens to the area in which this will be taking place.
That sounded mean. I'm sorry.
Lars will
Oh,
go
wait,
back inside.
I think Edelweiss would suggest by the log house, away from the corpses.
Well,
Mm-mm.
well, so we're just gonna get you all here really quick. Because I want to make a note of something, which is, as you guys, with purpose, stride out of that side of the fortress, exiting through the broken hole in the side, when you return, you notice the dozens of undead corpses that were here have all vanished. And in their places, roughly dotting along the snow, are these dark stains of soot.
Huh.
I
Gwen,
go over.
you smell in the air the scent of ash and fire.
If I go over and sort of hold my hand over the soot, is it still warm?
No. Still cold, but you can see where the bodies were, and it is clear some of the snow has since melted.
Is there anything among the piles of ash? The soot?
Nothing. Not even a piece of bone. All of it's gone. The only thing that remains are the occasional rusted weapon.
That'll be something to look into, so assuming you survive this. Turns back to Nikolai.
Well, trying not to be too cocky, but I do feel like we will. There is something that I would want to take out before we do this, and that is he'll take out the rations and put them inside, and he'll take out the wineskin and water skin and put them inside. And the torches. That's it. That shouldn't
Okay.
be that long.
It's gonna take you a couple of
That's
minutes.
We're
We
gonna
have to-
step back. Just keep a fair distance and
You
keep
have
watch.
you have 12 minutes remaining. Like I said, yeah. Where is this going to take place? Just outside. Give me a location. Yeah, you got a lot of space, and you're not restricted to just the map. Remember, you're surrounded by. It's clear around the fort for a good distance, and then it just goes in the trees.
Where do you want to
Yes.
put the bag?
He will put the bag over there, over 30 feet away.
Okay.
So here.
Edelweiss will be
I'll make a
over
little
here, because
note.
presuming you're gonna bring it towards you, Edelweiss is gonna be away from you.
Yep. He'll. There's something he hasn't done before. And he has no more side points left. He will rub the ring on his finger, the purple ring, and retrieve the points saved in there. Those who'd be looking at him would see him sort of focus for a bit, and then the ring would pulse very slightly, and not really like energy or vitality has returned to him, but you just see he stands a little bit more with purpose. Yay. Okay. 30 feet away. Looking at a can.
Yep.
going to flip the bag over and turn it out so that it drops everything.
Okay. In a somewhat cartoonish, unceremonious way, you turn the bag over, and just piles of things begun clattering and cluttering, clacking and falling, and just landing in the snow silently.
Oh, God.
With finally the last object being this unusual glowing sphere that sort of lands on the top of this mound of items, like topping it off like a cherry on a sundae of junk. And when it lands and all of you are here, there is no noticeable change in the snow or in the environment at all.
Nikolai gets like visibly so happy. He'll rub his hands together and he'll telekinetic hands pick up the orb.
Okay.
Move it 5 feet closer. Any difference?
Yes, there is a slight change in the temperature of the air. It is a bit colder.
5 feet closer. Any like
Every
feel...
5 feet, it drops a couple of degrees.
But still manageable, not like
Yeah, you don't feel it.
crushing.
Nope. Wow, it's really coming down. Sorry. After you move it halfway there, so 15 feet of movement, you will feel a presence of a very slight pressure, but you do not think in the next 15 feet it's suddenly going to face plant you into the snow. Sorry about that.
Okay. He'll say to Edelweiss and Gwen, so far it seems manageable. It may be activated by touch, which may have done it last time, but if I remember correctly, it wasn't touch. It was just present. So I'm going to bring it closer now, and then touch it. So 10 feet, any difference? Like the last 15 feet, any difference besides it getting colder?
Yeah, nope. It just gets colder. The presence grows a small amount, but it's more just like, yes, you can recognize that this thing is near you. It's not building any great pressure on you. It's like the difference between, like someone putting a single stone on your shoulder and then someone adding another stone or two. The chill does start to get a little bit, because it's already quite cold out. So if it wasn't for this winter gear, you'd be like, this would be frostbite ranges. Like, this would be bad news. But this is roughly what you experienced the first time you tipped it out. Except you were in a warm building at the time. When it's near enough to you, within range of touching, seems a-okay. Like, again, it's very cold, but by comparison to what you've experienced previously, it's fine.
I just want to say, when it's getting really close, Edelweiss will use their mage hand to get a bit closer, and use their mage hand to bring the bag closer so we can easily plop it back in.
Alright, how much... so first of all, move Edelweiss closer, and then...
Yeah,
how close do you want the bag? Because basically, mage hand's a 30-foot thing, so you have to, like...
this ice is fucked up.
Yeah, you can walk on it. It's really bad down here, and along wherever all these extra little details are drawn in. Otherwise, the rest of it's solid enough to walk on. One more square.
Pop.
There you go.
And,
We're doing a little geometry.
We are doing a bit of geometry. Where is...
Combat protractors.
Yeah. I'm gonna move it, over here for now.
Okay. Look at that triangle.
Well, he'll reach out and touch it with a finger. Anything?
Other than a gathering of frost at the tip of your finger, like condensation from the air, no, nothing. The sphere does not seem to react in any way to the inclusion of your touch.
He'll fully grasp it with both hands now.
Yep, like I said,
start
cold,
casting
but
identify.
otherwise fine. All right.
Minute of touch.
Yep. I'm going to need 2 things from you. First one is a Constitution saving throw, and the second one is a D100 roll.
Oh boy.
Holy
Okay.
sh!
Gwyn steps forward when he takes it. When he takes it within both hands, Gwyn steps forward a ways. Just for backup.
Nice
218.
constitution.
I don't know if this is good or not.
Well, you take 4 points of cold damage for the minute that you're holding on to it. For the record, you succeeded.
Yay.
So that was half. When you attempt to cast Identify on it, however, you're focusing on it. When the spell attempts to give you feedback to tell you what it is, you are hit with a train of information. And it's so much so that the information stops being concrete and just becomes a blur. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Hey. Good news is, as all of this information, this rush, this waterfall of information, cascades down and crushes you, metaphysically speaking, you manage to withstand the brunt of it, and take 7 points of psychic damage.
7? Oh.
7. And you are more or less immediately pushed to the edges of your mental capacity. You ever had like a really long day of exhausting mental tasks? And then just by the end of it, your brain can barely function to the point that you know how to do things to breathe and like blink, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Nikolai, you're immediately pushed to that point of fatigue.
Oh.
There were glimpses of words that you tried to understand, but none of which you could comprehend, and then it just became too much, and it overwhelmed you.
Okay.
You got a small trickle of blood coming out of one of your out of one of your nostrils.
Is he lucid?
Yeah.
Yes, just slightly dazed.
I'm gonna step forward and just go to take it from his hands.
As you do that, it'll just start hovering in front of him. He'll go, "I'm fine."
Well, I need to clarify. Gwyn, do you actually take it?
If it starts hovering before I take it in my hands, then no.
Okay.
I just am waiting at this point. But I'm still right there.
Okay.
Weiss will move the bag even more, seeing that he looks kind of...
How are you feeling?
Like, overwhelmed.
Can I reach out and grab the bag?
No, it's this big square is the bag.
Oh yeah.
So you'd have to walk over
If I
to
move,
it.
if I move.
Yeah, you can get over there.
Yeah. Grab the bag and just hold on to it.
Okay. Gwyn has the bag.
Let us put it away.
Did I get so besides the overwhelming flow of information, did I at least get could I identify the object enough that I could pull it out of the bag on purpose, or will I have to do the drop tactic again?
You don't know. The concept of this object as it is still a big ol' mystery to you in your mind. For the record, D100 rolls in general are good when they're high. So this 18 is actually a lot of repercussions.
Where's the sun?
That's a damn good question. It's later in the afternoon now. La 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 la. Hang on, doing mental gymnastics to figure out what direction is what now. I mean, it's not above you anymore. It's actually starting to crest behind the mountain range that you guys are incredibly near to. It's about 4:30.
If I put my hand behind the orb, in the direction where behind where the sun is hitting it, Any difference back there?
Can you see your hand through the orb? Is that what you're asking?
No, not can I see my hand through, like, any difference in temperature, any difference in, like, pressure or anything.
If you...
Just sort of, like,
What
bring it around
okay.
town.
So you're just taking it and then spinning it? Wait, are you holding the orb or not?
No, I'm not holding it. It's floating. I'm just putting my hand behind it. So if the sun is here and the orb is here, I'm going to just put my hand back here.
Alright, well... The nuance between you holding it and you touching it is the part that I'm still more concerned with.
No, I'm not touching it.
Then how are you moving it?
If it's floating, I don't have to move it.
Then what do you... I'm
Never
clearly...
mind. Forget I said anything.
She's putting her hand behind it to see if she feels a different temperature than the sun. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
You're seeing if there's a difference if you put your hand one place
in one place over the other. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My brain was not comprehending what you were trying to do.
I think the best way to say it is like, you know, if a magician does something like whoo, and you like do that to see if there's any wires, just to check anything spooky's going on.
Like I said, other than the temperature around this the orb being much colder, there is no change.
Here's a good question, and I think Nikolai would remember this. What time of day did we take the orb out of the bag the last time?
The last time where it nearly killed you? Or the time before that?
Not... Well, both that last time, which I believe was at night, and then the time before that.
It was like in the afternoon, correct?
Yeah, so the time where it nearly crushed you was in the very early morning. And then the day before, it was around the same time. I think it was closer to 5:30 that time, but very nearly around the same time of day.
How much colder is it right now than it was this morning, or how much warmer is it right now than it was this morning?
It's about hang on, conversion. In the middle of the day, it's about 35 degrees Fahrenheit out.
Mm-hmm. And this morning it was...
this morning, it was hovering around 15, 20. With this orb out, it's put like in this immediate area around where the orb is, it's pushing close to 0. Mm-hmm. It's getting very uncomfortable the longer you stand here.
Let's put this away for now, if you're done.
Yes.
Yes.
I think I will try after we sleep. He's still holding his head. It's like, I will try later.
Odd, can you mute yourself, please?
Same time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nikolai?
I'll try at the same time. Tomorrow after we sleep. Ugh, I need to give myself a rest. It hurts. Like, but not like force. It just,
Yeah, the noseweed's not a good sign.
The headache is beginning to set in, Nikolai.
Let us go take a rest then.
Yeah, drop it in here, and I'll clean up this mess out here.
Thank you. He'll put it. He'll magical floaty powers back into the bag.
Yep. Odd, mute please.
And then let's go back inside.
Okay.
I'll start going in.
Okay. Gwen, you're gonna clean up the tossed items from the bag.
Yep.
Okay. That'll take you about.
Sam.
Yeah, like I said, that'll take you. You're not doing it with any particular care or order. Right? You're just sort of grabbing by handfuls and just chucking it back in the bag.
No, I mean, I'm making sure nothing's broken.
Okay.
If anything's if there are like bundles of like tent poles or things, I'm trying to like kind of come all up, like all apart. I'm trying to make sure everything's orderly.
All right. Yeah. So, it'll take you the better part of a half hour then.
Okay.
To make sure everything's ship shape.
Good to know. Good to know. About how long has it been since the last time I took a walk? Just under an hour?
Yeah, just under an hour.
Good to know. And then when I'm done, I'm going to take it back inside.
Okay. Mordahine, are you up to anything?
No, he would be like poking the fire, and after like a couple of minutes, he would awkwardly say, within earshot of Kenna, "Are you a betting woman?"
Am I a betting woman?
Yes.
Sometimes.
I mean, do you think these things are okay?
Do I think which things are okay? The orb?
No, I mean the people that we are with.
It's hard to tell. I
so-
generally don't trust anybody until I have to or need to.
Same, funnily enough. But it seems like you've got your head on straight. And I mean, just to let you know, I think that you hold yourself very, very well.
Well, thank you. I know you showed up just recently, but you are an enigma to me.
How so? And you'll keep batting the fire a bit.
Just your story. I'm not one for towns or cities. This is my first time having been to one. It's just an interesting form of survival you've had. And then she points at the is your rifle in your case? Or is
Yeah,
it out?
no, the rifle is in the case, in the corner over here.
And she would just like, mind it, she's talking, not looking at you. She's still looking at the chest that she's trying to make her way into, board by board, rivet by rivet.
Yeah,
So
Lars
just-
is just looking at the fire. It's like we're not looking at each other here. We're not having a face-to-face conversation.
She's just so slowly just kind of like making sure she doesn't damage both the axe and then possibly like put too much strength into it, and then hurt what's inside. But then she kind of like look up and glance over at your corner and then point with the axe head. Your tool is unique and interesting, and I've never seen one before. Interesting. Curious to know where you got it, how it was made.
It's a family heirloom, funnily enough. But it's same with you. You know, as someone who grew up around family, we didn't need any magic. I am aware of it, but we didn't, have any sort of powers that you display, which are so powerful. So it's the same sort of thing. I feel like we're both ends of the same spectrum. But if you would like to know, the rifle, it uses your same power, explosion, fire, in a very, very small space, to propel a metal projectile into somebody you do not like.
So that's what you named it, is the rifle?
Yes,
I will
it
note
is.
that.
It is a rifle. But yeah, we
Does your
shall.
rifle have a? She goes, does your rifle have a name?
Yes, it's yes. Funnily enough, it is the only one that existed off the first run when it was manufactured. My father, he called it Poetic Justice. And funnily enough, I hope to exact my revenge on people using Poetic Justice, and it is kind of poetic justice if I do exact my revenge.
It sure would be.
Indeed.
Well,
By the way, if you want me to fire a bullet into that lock, just say so. And he's actually turned around and looking at you now.
You know, I've already gotten this far. Now I just have to complete it.
By all means, take your time. I'll tend to the fire.
She nods, but if it proves too stubborn and like tries to give it a pry, then I might take you up on it.
I'm sure you'll figure it out, Kenna. You haven't let the party down so far.
Well, we shall see. Hopefully the others walk back in here and no one has died.
Same.
Haven't
Funnily
heard
enough.
screams, so that's always a benefit. But I guess it would be hard to scream if you can't breathe. So that's also a thing. Either way, in case you are curious, now that I know poetic justice, and then she'll look up at you and kind of reach around, taking a small break, and like slide Pyre Brand across the floor to you. It's Pyre.
Fire. I attempt to pick it up.
Make an athletics check.
Hokey dokey, I'm going to roll for this. That's a 19 plus. Where is it? What was the roll? Sorry.
Athletics.
Athletics. That's +2, so 19 plus 2, 21.
Yeah. You managed to heft it, but kind of like a professional deadlifter, you have to like, properly squat and get it, and because you're not used to carrying. First of all, it's so much. It's basically how tall is Lars?
He's 5'9", I believe. 5. Oh, jeez.
11.
Yeah. He's not very tall. He's just under 6 foot.
The weapon is taller than you are. And so it's one of those. It's a little unwieldy already. Let alone that from every axe you've ever seen, this is of a make that you've never witnessed before, and it is clearly meant for someone of Kenna's size. You're capable of lifting it, but you could not feasibly wield a weapon like this.
Yeah, he'll take one heft, like try and lift it up with one arm, and sort of just go nah, and just hold it back with two, and just sort of like look at the the craftsmanship of it, essentially, because obviously Lars, being he likes his weapons, especially of warfare and stuff like that. He'll give it like a proper look, like eye down the sight to see if it's straight. Look a lot across the blade to see how sharp it is. He'll literally give it a once-over inspection to make sure it's in. Basically. He would be very impressed. He would be like, well, this just shows how powerful of a woman you are, because, I am not designed to lift such a weapon. But let me tell you, this is a stunning piece of art. And he'll and instead of sliding it over, he'll be more respectful to the weapon. He'll walk over to you and open palm, sort of offers it back to you.
She just kind of smiles. Well, thank you for your nice words. I'm sure Pyre enjoyed hearing them as well, and she'll just grab it with the one hand and then put it back next to her.
As he walks back towards his seat, he'll say, "It's nice to know someone also treats their weapon as a person. Sometimes I got a bit of flack for doing that."
Well,
and he'll sit
it
back
just
down.
means they don't have a connection with it. But I do more so because if I don't, I feel like it may let me down. As something is alive inside Pyre, and so I treat it as such.
I can totally tell where you're coming from, Kenna. That is very, very well said.
Well, and she just kind of looks. Hopefully they come back, and goes back to working on the chest.
A couple
And Lars will nod and just go back to the fire.
A couple minutes later, and you will hear two sets of footfalls crunch back in through the snow. The horse is kind of, softly whinny in acknowledgement of individuals, and you see Nikolai and Edelweiss walking back in. Really no worse for wear.
Nikolai really rubbing his eyes and head. Hey, Kenna, we died. You were right. I'm going to go over there and sit. Gwen is getting the bag.
Lars will turn around and go, I'm glad I didn't have to shoot you.
I
Otherwise,
also am glad. Go ahead.
no harm to us. It was just him who touched it.
Concerning?
Well, she's still wearing it on his chest. That's good to know, but just remember the first time it showed up, it didn't harm us, and then it tried to suffocate him. So, don't get too
Yeah.
comfortable.
I think, because this was around the same time that we did it the first time. It may be based off of the time of day or the temperature or who knows, but it didn't kill me this time. I'm going to try again after a nice rest and probably some tea.
You live to hold it another day. Congratulations.
Yep. Yeah, he looks done with existence. Cause headache.
Mm-hmm.
He will go to the corner and sit. He'll take a few stones that are near him and just like stare, trying not to think.
After about another half hour, Gwen, you will finish with your polite policing of all of the items from inside the bag.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna head back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna just sort of like throw it over my shoulder and walk back up the hill and say, Kenna, could I get you to come look at something real quick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right before I was gonna ask for a new roll.
She looks at this chest, looks at everybody else. It's mine. Don't touch it. And walks outside.
Once we get back out towards the yard where all the piles of ash and soot were, Gwen hands the bag of holding back to Kenna and says, "We've all got ideas on how this thing works. Don't hand this back to him until the next sunrise." And then she's just gonna sort of gesture broadly at the piles of ash on the ground and just say, "You wouldn't happen to know anything about any of this, would you?"
She's reaffixing the bag of holding back to the secure way it was around her waist.
Mm-hmm.
Right. As long as he understands this as well. And then we'll walk over to the ash. Well, I don't have anything to do with it, but I have ideas.
The smell of undeath has been cleansed from the area. You can only smell the faint scent of ash and fire.
If I had to put it on anything, I'd put it on the sun, but you seem in touch with fire, at the very least, so I figured I'd ask your opinion.
Could be a few things. I have no experience with those coming back from being dead. But I know certain things don't like it. And would rather they be returned to the soil than remain on top.
Can speak to something like that. At any rate, it doesn't look like they got up and walked off. So I appreciate you coming out here to have a look at it. And I apologize for interrupting your downtime activity.
It's alright. I will get back to it. If you wouldn't mind, though, just head in before I do. I'd like a minute out here.
Of course. And she's gonna go back, check the horses, and then head back in.
While Kenda's got literally like 30 seconds to a minute just out there alone, she looks at the ashes and kind of like looks up at the sky and takes a deep sniff. Does she smell smoke?
Lingering traces of it. Yes.
Does she see smoke?
Perception check.
What do I have to perception? All right, let's get this. I have a +3. Nat 20, so 23.
It is not like you see smoke from a campfire off in the distance, but you do see, very difficult to sort of pick out amongst all of this white terrain around you, there is a trail of wispy smoke that is sort of woven its way through the environment and then vanishes into the woods.
Wow. She just kind of thinks, if Gwen's idea is correct, then that means the scattered amongst the woods have fallen to the sun? Or she kind of like looks back to the ash. Or you decided to reclaim their souls. I guess I won't know quite yet. How far does the trail go?
Out of sight. Hits the tree line.
So go to the direction that we came from, that I also sense the dire wolves go.
That is the right question to ask. It does head in that direction, yes.
Okay. She heads back inside
Okay.
and returns to her chest.
Perfect. Make me a sleight of hand check with some strength thrown in.
D20 plus 2.
You can do it.
11 plus 2 is 13.
Okay. You're making slow but steady progress. Another hour or two at this, you think you'll have your way in cleanly.
Okay. It just returns back to working on it, but we'll also tell Gwen and anyone listening. I did notice something when you came back in out there. There's wisps of smoke that trail the same direction we came from, the same direction that I sensed the dire wolves traveling into. So, either your idea about the sun rising and cleansing them of this world was accurate, and they were scattered out through the trees, or something else decided that it was tired of them existing.
You did say the forest was going to look after us, didn't you? Maybe it's tired of aliens wandering its grounds.
It could be.
It couldn't have done that a little bit earlier.
There's a fun in that.
She just kind of like smirks. Nikolai, sometimes even the wilderness needs a little bit of natural boosting.
Fair enough.
And returns cross-legged to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Dyer, what time is it? About?
It's about 5. It's about 5 p.m. now.
About how much time? How much sunlight do we have left?
Not a whole heck of a lot.
Less than an hour.
Let me double check my nifty calendar. Which I was not smart and did preload. It is getting dark already.
Okay.
Sunlight hours during this time of the year are very short.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like we're having rations for dinner because we ate that ahead of time. How long now ago would you have said that I went out? It was 3 o'clock?
Yeah, it's been about 2 hours since your last perimeter walk.
Alright. I'll wait another hour. Go again. But otherwise, just continuing to mind the camp.
Okay.
Just inventing chores if she cannot find them.
Mm-hmm. Gwen is being very diligent. You even find an old straw broom tucked into a corner somewhere in the fort, and you can start sweeping floors.
Start in the room that got exploded.
Perfect. Yeah, there's quite a bit of ash in there. For the record, there are some crates in there still that have not been damaged. They were out of the range of the explosion.
Hey, we have another sledgehammer, don't we?
It's now in Kenna's hands, but yes, you do.
I remember there were some barrels down one of these hallways. Are any of them empty?
There was. There are 5 barrels over yonder.
Okay. Over yonder way.
Yeah, here, I'll just, whoop.
And I did check them, so I know what's in them, and I
Yes.
did not tell you.
Kenna is very keenly aware of what's in them.
Yeah. She would have checked to see if any of those were empty.
I don't know what your intention is. None of them are empty.
Okay. Do I know what's in them?
You can make me an investigation check.
Sure. I thought it would be a good idea to have a big thing to put water in. Ooh!
Snap. Yeah. Looking it over, and in particular with your keen sense of smell, you can sort of pop the cork on one of these. These are wine casks. And not even cheap wine. This is some fine wine.
Good to know.
Yep.
I
They
will
just
commit that to
chilling,
memory.
hanging out.
Quite literally. Yeah, I'll commit that to memory and then just go about making up chores.
Well, just know if you ever want an empty barrel, you could start emptying one of these. I'm just saying. That is a choice.
I'll bring it up to the group. We've had a hell of a day. They might be about it.
Okay. Well, the gist of what I'm starting to feel is that y'all want a long rest pretty badly, and you guys are back in your window to safely take one. So I'm just going to ask the front-facing question of when do you guys want to hunker down for a long rest for the day?
Later.
Yeah.
When is
Still
later?
got shit to do.
Yeah,
Still
exactly.
got shit to do.
Yeah, exactly. When is later? Is later prefaced on success of certain things, or is later a fixed time?
Like nighttime.
All right. Yeah. Well, it's about 5:30. It's already starting to get dark out. It'll be dark by 6:30.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 8 o'clock is Kenna's idea. She's got some things to do.
8, 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I'd
go
also
with
say 8 or
consensus.
9, just so we can actually get daylight. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay. I'm hearing a decent consensus. Let's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock tonight. Everyone, is that good for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Lars would leave it pretty late to go to bed, so he would probably go outside and just go outside and just on the battlements and just keep watch for a tiny bit.
Fair enough. Yeah, Lars can do that. So in the between now and 9, roughly 4 hours, a little less than. What are some specific things people would like to participate in? I know Ken is working away on that footlocker.
If I can get the footlocker open, she then wants to actually go follow that trail of smoke.
Ooh, okay. You know what? Give me another. We're gonna hit it out right now. Give me a roll for the sleight of hand strength.
Nat 20 plus 2, 22.
All right, you know what? The way to make that easy. Over the course of the next hour, after your diligent plucking away at this chest, you manage to finally break through the last bit of the riveting and the banding, and can pry the boards on the top free.
She does so. Just poop, gets the last board. I did it. It's done. It's open.
Cool.
What's in it?
Well, you already had a partial idea of what was in it.
Yep. So just item by item, she'll pick it up, look at it, and actually set it off outside of the outside of the chest.
Yep. You will forgive me. What was the type of armor I said that was in there?
Metal.
Okay, just metal. Okay, I didn't identify the
You
type.
said I saw gleaming
Gotcha.
gleaming bits of like metal.
Yep.
I don't know
Alright.
if it was like full plate, breastplate, whatever.
Yep. It was not full plate based off of the weight of the chest, but it was large enough to contain a set of full plate. However, it is a suit of half plate. Once it is all fully taken out of the chest, finally made. If someone who is a bit more knowledgeable about regional armor craft, you might be able to identify where it's from. There is a shield with the face of a wolf that is flanked on either side by a set of wolves standing on the perch of a cliff howling, and a moon at the very top of it. The face of the wolf is very stoic, just sort of with eyes, gazing outwards. It's looks like it's made from steel, but then decorated with silver. It's a finely made shield.
I wanna.
Do I?
So when Kenna takes it out of the chest, goes, "Oh, this is nice looking," and like props it up against like a chair nearby, so it's like sitting upright.
Yep. I mean, you could hang it on a wall and make a great art piece. It's very, very, very well made.
Mind if I take a look at that?
She's already put it on the. Yeah, she's already set it down.
Okay.
She's not holding it.
All right. Yeah, Glenn would like pick it up and look it over and run her hand over it.
Still cycling through items.
Yep. Are you barehanded, Gwen?
Should avoid the silver parts.
Okay. Point made. Again, very finely made shield. It doesn't even look like it's seen much in the way of wear and tear. Not really sure what its original purpose was. Maybe someone made it and put it in here to come back to use it later, but it looks like it's not even seen combat.
Is the armor set similarly embossed?
It is. It is not. It does not bear any of the similar markings.
Okay.
What is next? Daya.
So you've got the shield, you've got the suit of half plate. There are two sets of traveler's clothes in here. One what that looks like better suited for a rainy season, and one better suited for a cold winter season. One is composed of thick furs, it's lined interiors, cuffs, fur trim toed, etc. The other one's got a thick heavy rain cloak with it. Lighter interior clothes to account for the humidity and potential heat. Both well made, completely suitable for the average sized male. Then you have a short sword in its scabbard in the back. Along with, when you remove the short sword, sort of tucked behind it in the corner of the chest, a small vial filled with a red liquid. For the record, most average potion vials in my setting are 1 ounce vials. They are quite small.
Mm-hmm. And that's it in the chest? Just the last, this little vial?
Yep, and that's it.
Just puts all that out. And so as she's like getting the clothing out, she goes, Mordheim, this might be useful to you or Nikolai. And then pulls out like the sword, and then pulls out the little, and like holds up the little vial and goes, what is this liquid?
I can check it out if you want.
If it's 9 o'clock and if everyone's like getting bedded down, Lars would already be outside. But if this is before, he would be with the group.
This is before.
It's around
Okay.
6, right?
Yeah, this is before, yeah. But yeah, so she just asks about the vial. Goes, I have not experienced this. Just puts it down. Well, all of these items seem really, really nice, but my job is getting them out is done, so I'm going to go for a walk.
Mind if I join you?
Before you step away, Kenna, roll me a d4 since you're the one that unearthed these objects.
Okay.
I just need this for myself.
A D4?
A d4.
Ooh, let me get the caltrop out. The foot spike.
Have you ever stepped on a D4?
No, but I hope I never have
Actually,
to.
No modifier, right? Just a
No modifier, yeah, just straight old d4.
3.
Probably worse
okay,
than Lego
thank
if
you.
you stepped on a D4.
Oh, yeah.
You and Gwen may continue.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, do you mind if I join you?
I don't mind.
Thanks. We'll follow you out.
Nikolai, you can make me a history check if you're so inclined.
And I offered to help because Lars would be very interested in something that was regional.
Sure. You could have helped Nikolai if you were so inclined.
He would also get out his journal and start sort of doing ideas of where he would think it was from.
Okay. Well, Nikolai's role is exceptionally good. The shield itself does not bear any particular, symbolism that would point it towards like a kingdom or any particular, organized government. But you do know the one thing in the world that is largely associated with wolves deals with the title bearer, the hunters, who are represented by a lamb and a wolf. So a shield decorated as such could revere the hunters, in particular Connell, the wolf. And hunters are known to carry symbols of Connell, given that is Connell's position in the hunters in terms of that, seeking those that are trying to cheat death.
He will be while looking it over with Morderheim named will be saying that is very interesting. I don't know. Accent come back. It quite interesting. It's rather beautiful, don't you think?
Yes, it's very exquisite. I would like to appraise it for more to see if it would be what it would be worth.
Okay. Make me. Here's another fun one. It's going to be an investigation charisma check. So, are you proficient in investigation?
Investigation. No, I am not.
Okay, so it will just be a straight charisma check. So, a d20 plus your charisma modifier.
What's my charisma modifier? D20. That's cocked. That's a 14 plus 3.
So 17. That's very good. The craftsmanship of the shield is well made. The detailing in itself, you think you would have to pay quite a pretty penny for. Say that 5 times fast. Your average shield could run about 10 gold or so. Looking at this, the level of craftsmanship and artistry that has been put into it, just at face value, you think could be priced anywhere between 50 to 100 gold, depending upon the person who made it. Because reputation plays a big part in that.
Yeah, I was just also because of the type of human I am. I just wanted to know if I can't remember. I may have not advantage on that. I don't know, but
you might. There is a human race that has a thing for identifying prices of goods.
Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to find it real quick because I really should have this open already. No, that's not it. It is appraiser. You have advantage on checks to determine the value of craftwork and items.
Well, there you go. You can roll again, see if you get any higher.
Okie doke. That's a 16.
Oh, well, there you go.
16 plus 3.
So a 19. It refines your appraisal a bit. Looking at it, because you're still having trouble identifying if there's a craftsmaker mark on here somewhere. But you're looking at it, it's very elegantly designed, but it is also sturdy and functional. It's definitely, just at face value, definitely at least 75 gold pieces of value. However, looking over it very carefully, and again, this is the reason why you can't find a craftsmaker mark, so it could be hidden somewhere in the design on the front-facing part of the shield. You do find on the underside, the backside of it, on the rim, disguised in the filigree on the edges of the shield, that there are some runes that are carved into it. The shield appears to have a magical property of some sort.
So basically, as Lars is like looking this over, like looking round it and making notes, he will sort of stand up. He'll like take a step back towards Nikolai and go, "That is very exquisite. It has runes on the lip on the backside. I mean, in my instances and my experience, this could be worth maybe 75 gold."
With the runes, it would double the price, actually.
And I'll relay that.
That's
And I was
valuable.
like, with the runes, maybe double.
What language are the runes? Are they readable?
I'm not a magic person. I was hoping you could help out.
I could, yes. He'll, if you point them out to me, and he'll look at the runes. Or what language is it a language he can read?
Arcana check.
Lars would bend
Arcana check?
down.
Oh.
Arcana check.
Lars would bend down and like just point at it with his like feathered pen,
Ooh.
like here.
Very good. You can identify these in that they are elvish arcane runes.
Ooh. Okay. Well, I don't think we're really going to be going anywhere, and I'm going to be going to bed soon. He will use a psi point to cast Identify on the shield.
Okay. You cast Identify upon the shield. You learn two things. It is a +1 magical shield.
Nice.
And this might sound a little familiar to you. The person wielding the shield can spend a bonus action to change the expression of the wolf on the shield.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fate, Ryan. It's fate.
I know, but I can't use it.
Neither can I. What?
Oh dear.
Worry about it when they come back.
Just to people watching, I had a character with the exact same like sort of thing, except it had a lizard face on it. Brilliant.
Aw.
Yeah, I figured I wouldn't let it die.
Sorry, look at you.
Fair enough. Nikolai will he'll go. These elven runes, very very interesting. The accent's not working today. God damn.
See, we found our Molly Mock.
The shield, it's magical in nature, as you could have guessed. Adds a little bit more protection than normal shields. Also, this face can change expression. Yes, it's quite an interesting item, and would go for far more than you initially thought.
That's true.
Yes, my estimations have already changed, but that is fairly rudimentary for a shield to change its face. I mean, come on.
Yes, but well, besides being quite a nice party trick, it does add, even just that mundane thing would be quite an enhancement in value. And the main point of the shield, anyway, is that it's magical. It's that extra protection is very nice. Maybe one of the more melee focused of our the two melee people might use it.
And that would double the price, would it, CJ?
Yeah, given what you know about it, it would probably more than double it. The shield's probably worth anywhere between 300 to 400 gold, understanding that it's
Excellent.
got an increased, it's got magical protective runes etched into it. And again, yes, while perhaps not super practical in combat, the ability to shift the front-facing part of the shield is a magical art that could be appreciated by several, and depending upon who you sell it to, could up the cost of the shield.
Lars would then just say, like while pointing it with the feathered pen, he'd be like, To a collector, this could be a very fine piece. We're looking at maybe 300, 400 gold, maybe. If anything, if anything, if anyone in the party does not want to have it, then fine, you know. But if we could sell it, we got gold.
Here's a good question. Would Nikolai know a noble in the duchy or someone of quite high status who would be defined as a collector who may pay more for this item?
History check.
Darn.
Yeah, you sort of parse through your memory. This is more of your sister's thing than it is yours, knowing all the various nobility. No names really jump to the forefront of your mind. You think if you spend a little more time and think about it, maybe you could probably find one. And there's also just like, if you expand the search range, you know, there could be several other dukes or, you know, or their family from neighboring duchies that might be interested in it. You just kind of have to think on it a bit more. But yeah, no names come to mind immediately. But as a quick note, Nikolai, it's also worth noting that you've sort of, with the help of Lars, identified that these runes are Elvish. The half plate in the chest, it makes a bit more sense. With your earlier history check, you sort of got everything together all at once. The armor is of an Elvish make. In particular, for the Safanas Outriders, they're a group of the Elvish homelands forward scouts. They will frequently visit other neighboring countries and kingdoms to sort of chase down problems that left their country's borders into neighboring countries' borders.
Okay. You utilizing that, would Nikolai have known the last time they may have visited this area?
That's a good question. Another history check. Because they don't always make official visits.
Again, can I
yeah.
assist? Because I think that Lars, if he's on about that, Lars would also like to assist with like the knowledge of the area, so to speak.
I will be
sure.
right back.
He would be saying this. Okay.
Okay, that's pretty good. It's been a while since you've had an official word from Safanas for any of their Outriders visiting. You've had a couple of delegations. They come by and visit frequently because there's pretty good relations between, the various Elder Race homelands and the Republic of Belwind. Everyone's pretty happy, and they come to visit, and they like to see how the lands are doing because of the history of how Belwind sort of came to be. It's been a while since you've had a visit from the Outriders, however. At least an announced one. And sometimes it happens where the Outriders will come in, do their thing, and then the Duchy in particular will receive a missive reporting what happened. Or the Outriders will go visit the leadership of that particular Duchy in question and report what they've done, and then leave. You've not received one actually, more or less in your lifetime of actual politicking. The last one you can possibly recall was back when you were very young, probably when you were about 6.
Wow. He'd say that to Lars now that we're really digging in deep to this. This, unless it was unannounced, this could be at least 20 years old, if not older, unless this was an unannounced visit. Could be quite interesting. As for the shield, if we do want to sell it, you should ask when my sister comes back. She would know. She may know of someone who would pay far more for it than normal.
Agreed. I totally understand that, and I think that before trying to sell it or anything like that, we should obviously try and see if anyone would like such a fine piece of art.
Yes, but As always, option. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's also worth noting, now that you've sort of connected all these dots, the sheathed short sword is also elven. It has that familiar curved bladed finesse that elves are well known for in their weapon making. As a matter of fact,
It's an entire set.
yeah, actually, this is, I'm actually going to double back quite a bit on an older roll for Owl, which was looking over the shield. It's actually not made of steel; it's made of mithril.
Ooh. Twist my arm, why don't you?
Yeah, just thought I'd pepper that in, because I forgot you rolled incredibly well on that investigation check, and none of the other ones have done any like deep inspections on it, or at least well enough to identify the difference in material. But we're going to take our first bio break today, and we're going to come back in about 5 minutes' time, where we will pick back up with Gwen and Kenna on their little stroll outside.
Just
5
a
minutes,
walk in the
guys.
woods.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Peace.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hello? Hello? I've been left alone. Uh,
I'm back. Oh,
hello?
oh, I am no longer back. I will be right back.
Back. You know, it would be nice to have a real PC so I could have more than one monitor.
Does your laptop not have an HDMI port?
It does, but like I've tried to set it up with my drawing tablet so that they function as different monitors, but for some reason I don't know why, but I can't set it up as a separate monitor. The laptop screen is insistent on being both one and the other.
Hey guys, I can finally talk again. Wait, can you hear a fan in the background?
No.
Oh, well,
Nope.
I can finally talk now.
Hooray!
Welcome back.
We like it when people can talk.
It helps the
Okay,
story.
allow me to curse because the frustration I have for being unable to focus on half the things. Is this live? This isn't live.
Yeah, it is. I don't turn the stream off.
Oh. Well, the frustration of me not being able to talk because of aforementioned background noise was awful, and I could not focus too well. I'm sorry, guys.
That's rough, buddy.
You didn't miss much. Just Nikolai and Mordehai having a galaxy brain moment about the armor.
Yeah, I don't.
Give the two of us together, well, two of us separate are nobodies, but put us together, we are the appraisers. We shall appraise everything.
Changing the name of the campaign.
We're already dividing the group up into power couples. Good to know. Good to know.
I'm just gonna stay single, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. There's 5
Single
of
and
us,
ready to
so
mingle.
one of us.
Has to become the. Yes.
Hmm.
Hmm?
Hmm.
Hmm?
Hold on, I gotta check the stream.
Not gonna say anything. Okay.
Maybe
Who's
I'll
not
say
gonna say
something.
anything?
You don't know.
Where's this boy? Where's this boy?
I'll say we waiting on people.
Maybe
So
waiting.
yeah, again, I'm quite sorry about the background noise. I believe I did
Happens.
hear I have a job now. I'm not going to be home at all, or something along those lines. I don't know.
Hooray!
Indeed.
Oh.
Nerd. Get
For
out
you.
of the house.
COVID?
COVID who? We don't know her.
Sir?
I cry.
I got restart. So I guess I'll do some Fire Emblem Heroes TM advertise.
No, don't no. Absolutely not. We do not sponsor
Okay.
them. No advertising
Not
here.
endorsed.
Unless they pay me, we ain't talking about them.
Okay. It's not like anyone's watching yet.
Hey. We have 3 viewers right now,
Wow.
Well, so what?
and you're pushing games with gotcha mechanics, and that's addicting. That's a bad thing to promote.
Not.
We gotta be careful of what we promote on this channel. We're
Okay.
influencers.
Yeah, we're influencers. now.
We're influencers.
Okay, I'll come back then.
Why do you think I take the wrapper off my bottles?
Okay, I'll be more professional.
No one's stopping you from playing. You just can't talk about it while the stream is up.
Yeah.
We waiting on some nerds.
You late ass nerd.
I'm doing eBay stuff.
Not sponsored.
I have food.
Not sponsored.
I just ate a rice and chicken bowl. It was delicious.
Oh, I need to get
Nice.
rice.
I just made instant ramen,
Yeah.
shrimp flavored,
Nice.
because I was. Yeah, the appraiser is taking up, like, what did he take up? 20 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Talking about the make and quality of these items you found in a chest.
Look, the nerdy noble boys, okay?
Yep, and then we've got the woodsy women outside.
And don't
And
forget
then,
about Idlewife.
yeah, and you got
And
Edelweiss
We've
somewhere
got-
in between.
We've got the random hobo in the corner.
Yep, our random hobo.
It's okay. I'm used to not fitting with people. I'm different.
Wait,
I'm not
couldn't
like
we call the-
other than.
One of these things are not like the other.
we have the nerdy noble boys. We have the woodsy women. Couldn't we call Edelweiss the clip clop comrade?
Clip clop.
Oh.
That feels like a bit of a reach.
I said
Oh, come
I
on.
described their movements as pitter pats or pit pats. Was it pitter patters? Pit pats?
Pitter
They have-
patter, let's
they
get
have
at her.
They have a proficiency with, with stealth. Yes.
Hippity
so
clap,
they're
going to
quiet.
chop.
the stealthy clops.
Kit
Stealthy
tap.
things.
They're delicate.
Why?
Clip clops can be delicate.
Clip clops sound very let's see.
Clippy cloppy.
It's clippity cloppity, which sounds better, but clip clops sound very.
Yeah. Well, actually, we can thank Audrey for a suggestion in the chat. The Pitter Pat Pal.
Yes.
Yes, very much so.
You know what's awful about that name though is that so 100% sounds like a children's toy.
It does.
No fun allowed, apparently, according to music.
Yeah.
No, I like it. I'm just I like.
We're child friendly.
Those children toy companies. Yeah. Like,
Are we?
Yeah.
No.
All right, I'm back. I
Mostly-
apologize.
I
I
don't.
established that in the meta homework that I'm child friendly. So.
I don't want to make any assumptions of like My Little Pony sort of thing.
Oh, no.
All right, I had to switch my laundry around. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. All right. Sounds like everyone is back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm actually back.
Then we're gonna pick it back up where we left off, which was we had our good nobility boys going over the goods that were unearthed from the Footlocker Kenna so diligently opened, and Kenna and Gwen going for a stroll outside, doing a little bit of a perimeter check and who knows what else. So crunching around in the snow, taking a bit of a stroll. What are you two up to?
That's gonna have to go away. Well, for one, how far is Kenna going?
So when Kenna leaves to go on a walk, quote unquote a walk, you notice that she walks out of the structure and looks to where she saw about an hour ago where the wispy smoke was. Do I notice it's still there, or has it now faded because it was kind of faded already?
It is now faded.
It is now faded.
Yes.
What about the smell of smoke, the faint smell of smoke?
It's barely present. You now mostly smell just ice and earth.
Can I smell it? Anything?
Perception check.
Perception check. Let me
With,
get a couple of d20s out here.
The super sniffer. A sniffception check, if you will.
Don't you
Super sniffer,
put that
9,000.
evil on me while I'm looking for my dice.
That's a hell of a name, Super Sniffer.
Oh, you motherfuckers, a lot of you. Pardon my French. I didn't do my warm-up rolls, so give me a second.
9,000.
While Gwen is preparing to sniff, she would
That's a
notice that Kenna
14 and
is just
18 plus
walking off into the trees.
18 plus perception.
Yep.
21.
Yes. The faint smell of ash is still lingering in the air to your senses, Gwen. But you definitely suspect anybody with the average sense will never be able to smell that lingering scent.
Is there a direction to it?
Eastwardly, as I get my
No,
bearings back again.
East. The way that Ken is going?
I'm assuming so. Yes.
Yeah. I just catch up to her and walk with her. And as we're just on our way out, I want to keep eyes, ears, and nose open for any other big friends out in the woods tonight.
Yeah. For the record, it's dark out, guys.
Yep.
So what are you gonna do about that? Torches?
Produce flame.
Fair
Control
enough.
flames to double brightness.
Love it. Whoosh. Yeah, you ever just like put a bunch of lighter fluid on a grill and then just toss the match on it? Kind of like that. Except the flame stays.
And actually, since I hadn't done that in front of people, Gwen would notice Kenna just kind of like holds her hand out like kind of in front of her, just like this, and then like a fire will just swirl up and appear and kind of like hover over her hand, and then she just like shakes her hand and it just goes and doubles in size, and it stays that way with control flames.
Honestly, one of my favorite utility combos I think I've ever seen.
Hell of a trick.
I just love when I messaged you about it. I was like, hey, have you ever done this before? Because I've never done this. And
I've
I
played
just
so
read
many
how it works.
druids,
Yeah.
but it's so cool. Yeah.
Me too, and just figured it out. Yeah. So that's what I'm walking with, just a doubled produce flame.
Alright. Gwen is keeping pace to the best of her ability.
Gwen, I'm going to let your perception check from earlier kind of ride as the two of you walk further into the woods.
Kenna is keeping an eye out. Now, understanding that there has been snow or wind, an hour has passed. Shifting can happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is still going to try and find signs of maybe where other scattered ash piles were, knowing that in this direction there was more wispy smoke. Trying to correlate the two.
Yep.
But being that it's dark, I don't have darkness on, though I do have the generic dark vision.
Yeah.
For like the minimal effect.
Yeah. With the help of the produced flame torchlight, you can see further.
So working with those two without actual dark vision, the spell, Kenna acclimated to this weather, is open to like small conversation, but Gwen would notice that she is making a point to walk into the forest, not scouting the perimeter, not walking around the building. I am going.
Striding with
direction.
purpose.
Yeah.
How far into the woods is the perimeter that I set up?
About 15 minutes in.
2 minutes. Going to be going the same way.
And like
Really?
knowing that she's got some time for the others to relax and before she really wants to go to sleep, Kenna's looking at about like an hour of not walking total. I mean walking into the forest. So like a 2-hour round trip of a hike. Like she's out there.
Okay. Gwen, do you plan on breaking off from Kenna?
You said it's about 45 minutes to walk the perimeter?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep with her.
Okay.
If she'll have me.
Kenna, make a perception check, so that way I know what sort of information to feed both you and Gwen.
I rolled an 11, but I got to figure out what my bonus is again. I think it's a
Plus
3.
3.
Yeah, so 14.
14. Okay. So you guys begin strolling eastwardly in the direction where Kenna has so affixed herself. Gwen, you notice as you move with her that scent of that smoke still lingers in the air, which is unusual given, again, how active the weather has been. This sort of thing normally would have been blown over or smothered out by the weather by now, but this is still hanging. You can smell it. There are no signs or sounds of animals that you can hear in or around you. But both of you, after walking eastward for about a solid 40, 50 minutes, you begin to see small points of light in the distance. Over the span of about 30 feet across, you see various just like tiny little flickering lights sort of moving in between the trees, advancing in the same direction you guys are going in.
Ahead of us?
Yeah. Imagine if you were seeing like large fireflies. Kind of like that. The same sort of movement. It's sort of erratic, and they're bright and warm and orange.
Look to Kenna. How close do you want to get?
Kenna sees this as well.
Yep.
She's gonna study it, kind of like slow down the walking. She's not stopping, just slowing down to about a fourth of the speed, I should say.
Okay.
Like taking deliberate steps, but still moving.
Yep.
So like 1, 2, 3, keeping an eye, scanning around. If I control flames, the produce fire or produce flame down So instead of double, it's half the size.
Yep.
So it's a small radius.
Yep.
Can we still, do I see them emitting their own light still?
Yes.
Do I smell anything?
You do. The scent of cinders is still strong in the air. Actually, rephrase. It's gotten stronger in the air.
In what way is the wind blowing?
It's sort of difficult to tell. Make me a nature check. You guys are in a decent thicket of woods right now, so make a nature check. Let's see if you can pick up on where it's coming from.
18 plus 3.
That's great.
21.
It's actually blowing into you guys. It's coming off of coming in off the ocean.
All right, and I can't smell anything that would be holding those light sources. I can just smell the cinder.
Yep.
In the air. Okay. Still no signs of any animals in the area?
None.
Have I noticed any of the ash piles?
There are none that you've seen so far.
Is Kenna still moving forward?
Yeah, step by step.
How close
Instead
do you
of
want to get?
She's gonna get within 90 feet.
Okay. It is important to note these flickering fireflies are advancing. They are not sitting still.
Are they moving away from us or towards us?
They're moving away from you.
Okay, that's what yeah.
Yeah, they're heading in the same direction that you guys are walking.
Mm-hmm. Do we see as we get closer? So basically, as I keep moving forward, are they getting further away as they're outpacing us, or are we?
After you slow down your pace, they are outpacing you.
Okay. As I see them start getting farther away, I'm gonna pick my pace back up. I want to try to get within 100 feet.
Are there
Okay.
any tracks on the ground?
That's a great question. Make me a survival check.
Titties. 11.
11.
Eleven.
You'll look about for any obvious signs of tracks of any sort, and you cannot find any.
Interesting.
Kenna's not looking. She just assumes they're flying or hovering.
I mean, yeah, the glowing spears of fiery light in the distance definitely do not look like they're near the ground, and their height is constantly changing as they
Never heard
zigzag and
anything like
weave
this
between the trees. Fine question. You can make me another nature check.
Has Kenna ever heard of a creature like this? I don't know what Gwen asked because she cut out for me. So.
Yeah, you can make me a nature check too. Both of you make nature checks.
I asked the same question.
You did.
No. 19.
Ooh,
Yes,
pretty
but
good.
we have. Come on.
Wait,
come on,
nature?
come on.
Yeah,
Nature. Okay, sorry. 17.
not as good.
No, that's good. I thought you had said survival the first time.
Nope.
Plus 16 plus 4 for dirty 20.
Ooh. Okay. So I'm gonna start with Gwen. Gwen, these particular creatures don't really seem to function in the way for the most closely related thing you can think of, which are will-o-wisps, which you've heard and encountered even once in your lifetime. You know they are dangerous entities, but these are not functioning like these are not acting like will-o-wisps, nor are they giving off any signs that you could even relate to a will-o-wisp. So you're not entirely sure, unless there's a subspecies of them that you've never heard of before, which you don't. That's not really how they function. So it's weird. Kenna, you have in fact heard of these. You've been told tales of them from your tribe. They are called cinder spirits. They are entities that follow along in a being who is responsible for keeping the order of balance in check. in particular, those that deal with undeath.
They follow beings like that, or they are beings that do that?
They find beings that are an affront to the natural order, and they return them to the earth.
Okay, so my bad.
Yes.
I thought you said they follow beings that do
No,
that.
no, they do not follow. As a matter of fact, so much so to the point that you think this has occurred because you are here. It was an obvious beacon for an entity like this to find and follow. And so so these have arrived to do some of the work necessary here.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Having heard stories of them from my tribe and knowing what they do, did I hear that story before or after my soulbind?
You would have been told it before.
Do I know their... Would I know their origin? As in... Fae?
They are, in fact, Fae creatures. They are one of the unique entities that have an unusually free ability to travel between the two worlds.
Okay. Getting like a clearer picture, she's gonna start picking her pace up and motion for Gwen to come with.
Okay.
Trying to get closer.
Gwen follows.
What kind of pace are we talking? How quick?
A jog.
Okay.
Not dashing, not 60 feet, 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Not running back speeds, but like what you think a lumbering jog from someone who's almost 8 feet tall would look like.
Yeah.
Like,
Ken has got to work a little more to keep up.
Oh, my walking speed is
Or
350.
Gwen. Yeah. Okay, so you guys drop into a meaningful jog. Pursuing these flickering entities off in the distance. They seem to keep their gap for a time, and then you start to catch up to them.
mm-hmm.
Closing on them after a couple of minutes. How close do you want to get?
100 feet,
You can do that.
and I want to call out to him.
Okay. What do you say?
At first, I'm gonna kind of like run up, and I'm gonna say to Gwen in common, wait 1 second, and take about a couple more lumbers, about 15 feet of 20 feet away or so.
Okay.
And I'm going to call out in a loud voice in Druidic.
Okay.
I might not know how Druidic works technically, but call out and basically name them as Cinder Spirits. So, Cinder Spirits. I can't yell right now because my neighbors are home upstairs. Cinder Spirits, hear my call. Have you came to this place finding me?
As your voice carries through the trees, there is a brief moment where their movement becomes a bit more energetic, and they begin sort of twirling and weaving in and out of the various trees, vanishing and reappearing. Their light sort of just spreading around on the edges of all the boles of the trees nearby, and you see as you ask your question, they pause exactly where they are within your sight, and they begin flickering in a pattern. Of which, after a moment or two, your brain begins to process it, and on a primal level, you understand what they're speaking to you. This is an odd exchange where you're witnessing the verbal communication of an elemental being to a being who cannot actually speak one of the elemental languages. But you have been trained in it, and your body and your mind knows how to process it. The response is essentially a set of, again, eager and energetic responses to the affirmative.
I call out in a different language that I have only recently learned before the departure of my tribe. Reference the other natural language I have, Dire.
Mm-hmm.
And I will call out. I'm trying to word it in my head before I say it. Were you sent by Her Majesty, or did you come on your own?
The response this time, they glow brighter, recognizing the exchange of what we would call the mortal version of their language. And they change their formation a little. There's 6 of them, and they sort of create this multi-leveled where there's 2 up high, 2 in the middle, and then 2 lower, and they sort of come in at an angle, kind of like a runway lights for a plane. And they begin glowing brightly, and then dimming, and then the next set glows brightly, and then dims, and the next set glows brightly, and then dims. Just like you'd expect runway lights to. And then at the bottom of it, whenever that bottom set glows, there is a brief moment where you see a dark figure hunched close to the ground, whose eyes resemble the glowing embers of the spirits that are currently indicating their answer to you, which is they follow one of the cremators. And you see this creature hunched low to the ground, just sort of staring at you from the distance.
Can I see it from where I am?
Perception check. Right in the middle of the drink.
Okay. Can I smell it?
I don't know. What's your perception check?
If it's a smelling check, I need to know.
Well, you can roll a second dice, but I need to know what the first one is too.
Okay. So the first one is a 16 plus 3, 19.
That's pretty good.
And do you want a second one?
Yeah. Give me a sniffer.
A super sniffer.
A snooper sniffer? Not
Snooper
as good.
sniffer.
13. 13 for sniffing.
Okay.
19 for seeing.
Yeah, well, the 19 is also for sniffing, because it's at advantage. But I just wanted to see if the second one would be any higher.
Oh, gotcha.
It's pretty hard to miss what the gesture that these creatures are making, and you sort of follow it. And even though Kin of Swarm is partially blocking the shape of this creature, you can see this entity crouched low into the some of the underbrush and snow. It is only by the night, the darkness that is setting in, that is protecting it so well, in that its actual coloration matches that of the ever darkening snow as more and more light fades.
But I can't smell it?
You cannot smell it. You still smell ash and cinder in the air.
Okay. Alright. I take a step closer to Kenna, sort of narrowing the gap that's between us.
Mm-hmm. Kenna.
Kenna moves forward
Okay.
towards what they call the cremator.
Yep.
Have I seen any drawings of this creature?
Yes.
Uh,
You have seen images of this creature depicted in a couple of forms. Some woven into blankets and tapestries. Others painted onto stone smooth stone faces. They appear in various forms of large felines, somewhere across between either a large feline or a bear. It's there's really not a home plane equivalent to what these creatures really are. If you could imagine the grace of a feline with the girth of a bear, that's more or less what these things typically appear to be like. This one, based off of what you've been told, looks quite small in comparison. It's still about the size of what you'd expect a large game cat to be, but you were told from the tales that they were bigger.
Mm-hmm. Kenna will still approach slowly, kind of hunch down, and then we'll take a knee, trying to be like 60 feet away or so.
Okay.
And we'll kneel down like she did to the elk that was in the forest. And we'll speak in that second chosen language.
Mm-hmm.
I am happy to aid in any way that I can in what you are doing throughout this forest, if so asked.
You
What color are
see
its eyes?
its eyes. They look like flickering embers. Yellow, oranges, and reds. Bright. They are piercing in the darkness of the evening. That is the one particular feature that you can't miss. Gwen. Kenna, it regards you unblinkingly. It very diligently paws its way forward, not making a single sound. After about closing half the distance, you see it a bit better. Dark, sleek fur that when the light from your produce flame sort of flickers in a general direction and the cinder spirits are still kind of lazily dancing around now. You see just elements of these unusual fur patterns on it that to a mortal they might refer to it as runic. Imagine very much like Celtic runes, except in various darker orange patterns over its fur. It'll get closer after it closes the gap. It'll bow its head to you. The only time where its eyes break connection, and then it'll raise it again, responding and respecting your offer. There is a long, quiet moment where it just sort of observes you, and the only thing you can hear, and now that you're this close, are the occasional crackle of the spirits dancing about. And instead of a verbal response, you receive an intonation in your mind. It's just an impression, an understanding beyond words. Which is to go and rest now, and the time for your bidding will come soon.
She will look up and make contact with it, eyes, and will. How does she do this? She's on one knee. She's still large. She's on one knee. She still has the produce flame going. As she's kneeling, right? One of her legs is perpendicular,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them's kneeling down. She has the one hand in the snow as she's kneeling in the other hand with the produce flame right above her thigh. And then she'll look up and regard it. And when she does, she'll lift her mask up towards the cremator and will accentuate the produce flame to double the size so that the runes that you know of actually appear on her face where the cremator can see, and will nod and go, as you wish. Call upon me at any time. And we'll just snuff out the produce flame.
And in that moment when you snuff out the produce flame, it seems as if everything suddenly goes dark, including the spirits. Darker than is natural for even this time of day. And then after a moment, both your eyesight and Gwyn's slowly adjusts back to, while dark, still being able to see the shapes of trees around you. And it seems as if the spirits and the creature, otherwise referred to as the cremator, is gone.
Kenna will lower her mask back down, stand up, and return to Gwen.
Okay.
Gwen takes a step back and just says, I didn't see anything. It's none of my business. Out there in the woods talking in tongues to aliens.
Yes, and all Gwen heard was just a language she couldn't understand.
Yep.
Floating lights and some weird cat.
That's weird, Pat.
Speaking of which, Kena, make me a D100 roll.
Me?
Yeah,
D100?
you. Yeah, D100.
D-hundo. All right.
The weird cat roll.
Can't I roll 2 D10s as a D100? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, if you've got a standard die set, they should come...
Die.
Yeah, you use the percentile die. Use these boys.
So a D10 and then one that's got like the 10, 30, 70 on it?
Yeah. Yeah, and the one with the 10, 30, 70 is the first number, and then whatever the D10 rolls is the second number. That's it.
All right, so we're going to use these bright orange die
Love it.
for the occasion. If you guys see, bright orange.
Ooh, nice.
Very nice.
All right. What does 00 mean?
That's
Really?
100.
What?
You rolled double zeros? So a double zero is...
Bro.
Well, so hang on. A double zero on the percentile dice means there is no number in front of it, aka it is whatever the number is on the D10. Unless the D10 also rolled a 0, in which case it's a 100.
I haven't rolled my D10 yet, so
Okay.
I got 00.
Okay.
So yeah, you're either rolling in the 1 to 9 category.
Okay. I got a
If you
4.
roll a 10, that's what.
Okay. You rolled a 4. In normal circumstances, this would be really bad news. In your circumstances, it's just not bad news. I have noted the roll. Thank you. Okay. You and Gwen may now continue awkwardly trying to figure out what on earth just happened.
I have an idea what happened, but... Well, Gwen. Kenna looks back around. I think we're safe for now. We can head back. The elk didn't. She goes. The elk didn't lie. The forest looked out for us. And she heads back, just walking.
Gwen takes a second, just sort of stick to the spot, looks, kind of go. It's back to where everything was, then turns and starts following. And says, what's the story with your mask, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah.
She just pauses. It's more of a safe. It's more of a safety thing. She kind of like, you see the smirk. It's cultural. She continues to
course.
walk.
Yeah, of course, sure. Yeah. Gwen doesn't have much else to say.
And so
Excited.
you will walk back.
This time, assuming I'm gonna keep my senses open to see if I can. What color did you say the eyes of the critter that I met were? The big mean one.
If I'm recalling correctly, they were amethyst. They were very
Yeah.
strikingly purple.
Striker one. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my senses open for that scent. Seeing those eyes. And once we get back to the line, Gwen's just gonna stop and tell Kenna she's gonna keep walking away.
Okay. You guys will continue back. You'll hit the edge of the perimeter that you've marked for the fortress, Gwen, and you will part ways from Kenna. At this juncture, if you'd like to make me a perception check, that would be nifty.
Is this an advantage? Is this a
Yeah, just give me both and report both numbers.
okay. There's a natural 20
Nice.
for one. So natural 20 plus perception, 23. And the second one is a natural 10, so 13.
Okay. You walk the perimeter that you've arranged, and then other than noting, again, the occasional movement of some critters through the area, there are no signs of the other entity that you met in the forest the day before, or earlier today. Yeah, the right time got weird.
Yeah. She notes that and heads on back.
Okay. Kenna, you will return to the fortress first. But before that, because we know what the two nobility nerds are up to, Edelweiss, what have you been doing?
Oh, dang it.
No pressure.
No,
Could be
no
nothing.
pressure.
Could be something.
I guess they would probably just wander around the fortress a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of, I forgot the word for that. But
Meandering.
Probably meandering is fine. Not the word I was looking for, but I think that works. You didn't hear anything. And I feel like they'd hold their spell focus in their palm of their hand, and I guess make a prayer to their patron. I don't think we discussed the how to contact patron, or just like just prayer.
Yeah, no, there's a big old blanketing thing for that, which are their D100 rolls. Because anybody and everything can pray. And it depends. The D100 roll determines the sort of response you get.
Yeah, it's just mainly just I'm assuming I can just like think of prayer. I can just think of what I'm saying, right? They're just gonna like put in mind like this is what we're doing right now. This is what's happened, and here's I don't want to say, but like kind of what to do now. Wow,
Right.
we're rolling really low on these D100s.
Okay. Well,
just nothing too. They're not really praying too hard, but it's just, okay, we did this and we did that. What should we do? What should I do now?
Mm-hmm.
And if no answer, that's fine. They'll just continue on.
It's simple. You give your prayer. You give a rough report of the things you've encountered since meeting up. And the response comes in very simply, which is just keep pressing forward.
Sounds fair enough. They just don't nod and just continue meandering.
Okay. Kenna, you arrive back first.
Sorry, guys. Don't have any special activities to do at this time.
She's talking.
Sorry,
apologies,
pardon me.
Roommate just got home from work. I heard my
good.
name. I heard Dyer.
Yeah. You arrive back to the fortress first.
Okay.
What's your heading?
Oh, she just heads back in. We'll take a relaxing plop on down with her sleeping gear. Now that it's not inside of the, ash-covered, exploded room.
Yep.
And we'll continue to try. Okay, I know we messaged about this. I just want to make sure. So when you said it's about the book, so she made her way through the whole book, and all that information is what she could glean from reading the whole book. It's not like she made it halfway through the book and that's what she got.
Yeah, because several of the pages, including occasionally like a chapter and a half, are sort of stuck together.
Okay. Is
So,
there a way?
yeah.
Did she kind of know why it was stuck together? Is it like molded or just wet, or was it just like
There is mold. There is mold involved.
there is mold?
Yes.
Okay. That being the case, she doesn't want to ruin anything, so she's not going to try. So she's going to keep that book with her and not share it, because she wants to hopefully find somebody who can get that knowledge out of the book. But what she will do is then spend the rest of whatever downtime it is until she goes to sleep, carefully reading, not quickly perusing or anything, but just starting to carefully read Bones of the Earth, because that book was not touched.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure enough. Okay. Nikolai?
I believe Kenna left before the appraiser boys got to work, didn't she?
Yes.
Nikolai will say, by the way, the stuff that you found in there, Mordorheim and I went over it. Mostly Mordorheim. I was thinking about where it came from. It's elven in nature, and the shield is magical. I don't know if you can use shields, and if not, this may be able to be useful for Gwen. But it provides a little bit more protection, and the face can change on it. It's weird, but it works.
Well, I appreciate the knowledge, Nikolai, but she kind of like has Pyrebrand. I know how to use shields, I just prefer not to. I would wait until Gwen comes back before deciding on what to do with it.
Fair enough. And out of character, I lost track of where the vial, the potion that you found was. Do you have it, or was it left in the...
I didn't hear anyone say they took it.
I left it.
Yeah, so I'm assuming it was still in the belongings.
She held it up and was like, I don't know
what this is.
If anyone else does, and then she just put it back in the chest.
I will... Okay, then Nikolai will go over, use the last side point he has, and cast Identify on it.
Okay. I was going to save you a little bit of time on that one, but sure, if you want to spend a side point. This makes it much easier.
Bro?
Yeah, you can, if you're bold enough to, you can attempt to taste potions to figure out what they do. But yeah, that comes at the risk of it maybe not being something positive.
Yeah, he has a little bit of history with trying things without precaution, hurting him. So,
Yeah. That's fair. In which case, you will identify this potion. You will find out it is in fact a healing potion of a 3rd degree, aka a 3rd level healing potion. That's what the D4 was for earlier, by the way.
Nice. And that, he will say, this potion, by the way, is a healing potion. I don't know if you'd want to hold on to it, or if you want someone else to hold on to it, but that is also something.
Well, I guess for the time being, I can hold on to it, and then if we decide to rearrange things, then I'll pass it off.
And he'll hand it over.
Okay.
There you go.
Settled.
Okay.
Nikolai will go back over and sit down and wait.
Another half hour later is when Gwen arrives.
Hello, it's me.
It's Gwen. For the record, after the jaunt into the woods, it's about 8:30ish now.
Alright. She just sort of comes on in, sits on down, takes off, I don't know, something, maybe. Comes on in, sits on down. Doesn't really have anything to get back into currently, so she's just waiting for somebody to bring up the conversation about watch or what have you.
Well, Nikolai's gonna do the same thing he did with Kenna. Go over. Do you use a shield?
She
Or do you
sort
want to
of,
use a shield?
just sort of drums her fingers against the shield that she's got been carrying.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah,
Right.
I do. I do use a shield. That one over there is a pretty fine piece of work.
Yes, it's also magical. It provides a little bit more protection naturally than most shields do. You could also change the face on it. Up to you. But yes, if you would like, Lars and I have really no use for it. I mean, he'll call it to Edelweiss. Edelweiss, do you want to use a shield? If you can?
I cannot really use one.
Well,
Be honored,
there we go.
honestly. Thank you.
there you go.
Awfully kind of you. I wanted to ask you about. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the half plate. Mine's on the ropes. I don't know.
Yes.
I
It's elven in make. It's actually pretty cool. I have no use of it.
could give it
Mordor,
back
do
to
you
you.
have any use for it?
You want it?
Mordahine like opens like his jacket and just points to like a tiny little like bayonet like dagger like on his hilt and goes, if I need to stab anything I just use this. It is fine. I mean we can carry it in case we need to, but in that case I like to usually charge with my weapon.
Yes. So if you want to, go ahead. The half plate, the short sword. It's elven. The shield too. It's elven make, by the Safinas.
Safinas.
How do you? By the way, how do you spell that name? I spelled it Safinas. I'm sure that's
Almost accurate, except the I is an E.
ah.
Good job,
Somebody
otherwise.
Put it in
Yes.
chat. Please, somebody put it in chat.
Yeah.
The Safinas Outriders. It's their sort of equipment maybe, but it is elven make, so it's quite nice. If you wanted to go ahead, as far as I'm aware, no one has use for it besides maybe you or Kenna, and Kenna doesn't want to use the shield, so there you go.
I'd like to remind everyone I'm not really designed for man-to-man fighting. I'd rather sit back on a hill and blast them.
Yes, but close range protection is always useful, even for those ranged.
That is why I have Portia. And he'll point over towards the dog, and Portia is literally just like asleep, like cuddled in a corner.
Are you trained to wear armor? Any kind of armor?
Yes, she has armor, and she's just not wearing it right now because when she wears the armor, she knows she's working. So when I take it off, it's kind of like she can do what she wants.
But are you trained to use armor?
Me? No, it is far too heavy for me. I'd rather stick to being light and maneuverable and things that will make me hard to see.
Oh. I appreciate it if you change your mind. Well, consider it on loan for now.
No problem.
It's also quite valuable. So if we ever need to sell it for some type of group fund, I don't know, it could also be do that. but I feel like the active protection would be more worth it.
Thank you. I'm gonna spend some time shucking my breastplate and making sure it's, I don't know, and then probably put it in the bag of holding if I can get Kenna to lend it to me for just a second, for safekeeping, and then I'm just gonna set the half plate with my kit and the shield. It's
Okay.
lying down. Or did we sleep in armor last night?
I really hope you didn't.
Yeah, and just set the half plate next to my kit, the shield. For later.
No, I think we actually mentioned taking it off.
Yeah, it's a good thing we didn't get into any fights. Yeah, and then she'll just sort of. Oh, by the way, there are a couple casks down that hallway full of some pretty potent wine. Smelled good, at least. I was looking for something to store some water in, but if you guys want to get into one of those, glass is right empty. It is empty. It.
As a quick aside, Gwen, do you put on the armor?
I guess I would test it, like put it on, see if it fit. Yeah. Make any adjustments to any straps.
Yeah. Well, the fun thing is, other than you being a competent warrior and able to adjust various leather straps, you are putting on a set of armor that was not made for you. But you are pleased to find that after some minor adjustments, it better shapes to suit your stature.
Nice.
You quickly come to realize that this half plate is much lighter than the normal half plate you've worn. And then after a moment or two, you sort of put two and two together that the armor itself appears to be made out of the same material the shield is. This is, in fact, a set of mithril half plate. So it is half the weight of normal half plate, and it does not impose disadvantage on any stealth checks.
Damn. Thank you, sir.
Nice. I'm assuming is the sword also made out of mithril?
No one's pulled it out. No one's pulled it out of its scabbard yet. We don't know.
Well,
damn, you roll 20.
He would hand it over to Gwen. Do you want this short sword too?
Oh, I don't mine functions just fine, thank you. I feel terrible taking all of this.
Hey, Mordenheim, how much is this worth?
Let me mull it over. Let me just get my. Let me have a quick look at it.
Charisma check
And
at advantage.
Charisma check at advantage.
You know it.
Is there anything special about the half plate? I'm gonna spend an hour attuning to the shield. Since I
Fun
know
fact:
that is magical.
the shield doesn't require attunement.
Oh, good to know.
Yep. Nor does the armor.
It's a magic shield.
Yeah, if you spend an hour with either of them, you understand the properties of the shield, which is you can spend a bonus action to alter its the front facing part of the shield to look how you want. The armor is just mithril armor.
Okay. Damn, you roll 20 not having any mithril in here.
Yeah, you have to buy the books.
That's a 17 plus 3.
Okay. You do know that this short sword is in fact.
Oh no! Wait! Sorry, let me roll that again because you wanted me to do advantage. That's a normal roll, right? Or am I already at advantage?
You have advantage.
Oh,
Because,
right. Well,
because of your race.
Right. So yeah, I rolled a 17 plus 3, but I just wanted to know if you wanted to roll again. Sorry.
Sure. I mean, yeah. If that was only the first roll, you can roll again.
Not 20.
There you go. Pulling the short
20
sword
plus
from its sheath and giving it a once over, you notice the sheen of the metal it is made from. It is much lighter than anticipated and twice as sharp. And along its hilts and up the length of the backside of the blade, elven blades are curved and single-bladed. You see that there are some very finely etched runes carved into the surface of the weapon. Only of which, when you turn against the light of the fire, do you actually see them. So this is magical in some way, shape, or form, and is made of mithril.
I'm gonna retcon something real quick. I want to take the breastplate, put it on my horse instead.
Okay, I mean, do you have leatherworking tools or blacksmith tools? You're going to need some adjustments for this to fit properly on your horse.
Oh, to fit. I mean, I'm not trying to equip the horse with a breastplate.
Okay, you're
I'm just trying to just store it in her saddlebags. I'm not
Sure.
trying to give the horse armor.
I mean, I figured, yeah, well, yeah, I thought it was horse armor, but then also I figured your horse, because you guys aren't going anywhere, it was not wearing any of its equipment.
Oh,
But maybe
yeah,
I'm wrong, and you're just a slave driver, and you're like, here, hold all my crap all the time. I don't know.
hold all my shit all the time, horse. No, I'm just clarifying. So when I say I go to get my breastplate off the horse later, it's not like, oh, didn't you put it in the thing?
Yep. Okay. That's fair.
So, and how much would the short sword be, obviously?
It's at least a 50 GP blade. Again, without knowing exactly what its enchantment is, it could greatly increase its cost, or only increase it by a little.
So after like turning it over again, looking down it, carefully looking at everything, he would sort of go over to Nikolai and say, "Yes, this is a very exquisite piece, mithril, made of mithril, obviously. It's got some runes running along the edge, and I believe it is magical. Again, my magical expertise is not amazing, but I mean, obviously, it's about 50 gold pieces right now. But if we learn the magic, it could be worth way more."
Good to
And
know.
he'll hand it back over.
I unfortunately right now have run the course of my power supply right now. But after a good rest, I could if we want to. I don't think it's as pressing as the shield is. The shield's a little bit more of an interesting one. But maybe in the next time we have some downtime after sleep, I could. But does it have like a belt strap or anything with the sheath, or is it?
It does. It doesn't have a belt, but it has something to attach it to the belt.
Well, it looks cool.
Or,
I mean, if you would like, I'd be happy to keep it until you can, appraise it yourself. I mean, I've got plenty of things. I'm kind of running light. I know everyone has their own stuff in the bag of holding, but I can definitely keep a hold of it for now.
It doesn't really matter much to me. I can't use the sword. I was really just going to either carry it until you can sell it, or carry it until someone wants to use it. It does look rather nice, so. But here. Yeah, I don't really care.
Yeah, Lars will walk over, like sheath it into its sheath, and just say, any takers before I take it?
how about it?
Good. Anyway, and he'll tie it to the belt, he'll just say, as it's probably getting towards like 9 p.m. and everyone's probably going to be bedding down, I'm going to take a bit of I'm going to stand on the battlement for about a couple of hours before, just to make sure nothing happens like last night again.
Yeah.
I'll bring Portia with me just in case.
We ought to set a watch schedule again. It'd be worth it.
Well, seeing as Mordorheim won't be sleeping, he could do it for us while we get the most out of our sleep. We may not need a watch unless you'd want to rest. That is.
That is what I was thinking. I mean, I'm a bit behind. I'm now kind of out of phase with everyone. So I was just like to make my, while I am now awake and all here at the moment. I can go outside and keep a watch.
You know, I'll join you for a bit of it.
Okay, no problem. Let me just grab my rifle and I'll see you up there. And he'll go over, grab his rifle, put it around him, get everything that he needs, and go up. And as he goes, he'll like if anyone's been bringing tea or anything like that, he'll like grab a warm drink and come on, Porsche, put the armor on her, and then go up onto the battlements.
One would have put a clown.
Just real quick, you strapped the short sword to your belt, Moldahine?
Yes, I do.
Okay, making sure.
It is with me.
Julia?
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell me what the properties that you given this was? It did not incur disadvantage on stealth, or
Yeah,
it was just lighter.
It's literally it's mithril half plate, which it carries with it two implications, which is anything made out of mithril is half the weight of the traditional armor noted in the player's handbook, and then it does not impose disadvantage on stealth checks.
Okay.
Just before Lars leaves, he was like, "May I have the flame? It's going to get dark. I can't see anything else there."
Flame?
Yeah.
A torch?
I mean,
Oh, yeah. Gwen will pass you a torch.
Thank you. I'll take the one that was like in the middle of the room. Essentially, I'll just bring it with me.
Because there should still be one on the fireplace, so I think that's just I think that's Nikolai's torch that we've just been sort of bopping around.
Nikolai's
yep,
special
it probably is. floating
Long
torch.
rest? Question mark? Long rest?
That's certainly going to be the case. As soon as let's see, we're gonna get those boys out to the battlements. The only little detail I need to figure out is how long are you gonna stay out there for, Gwen?
It's about 9 o'clock now. 10.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. What time does the sun rise? 11.
That's
10.
Fine question. It rises about 8:39.
8:39, and I need 6 hours of sleep.
2 hours of light activity, 6 hours of sleep.
6 hours of sleep. As long as I can. And then
You could
by the end of it,
literally do it and not sleep. I mean, I need numbers.
Okay.
Like I said,
No,
if your planning is to go to bed like everyone else is right around 9:30, you could have 2 hours of light activity, which counts as which watch counts as, and then after 2 hours you could go inside and go get 6 hours of sleep.
Okay. Does jaunt through the woods count as light activity?
Not really. Not in this weather. Maybe
yeah,
if it
I'll
were
just sit out.
springtime.
Maybe for what?
Maybe if it were springtime.
Damn. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm just gonna sit up for 2 hours. And get like you got mugs in that bag, tankards, any sort of that.
Mess kits.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go and sit up with Lars Mordheim on the battlements with a wineskin, and just work on it for a little while. We're heading back down.
Fair enough. Okay. In which case, indubitably, this will be a long rest.
By the way,
Hooray.
can I take an extra hour, before I go to sleep to take a short rest to get the side points, to then over the course of the long rest infuse my ring with the side points again? Just take that extra hour.
You would have to make it a 9-hour period of time. You can't short rest to let it. Yeah. So yeah, if you basically take the 9 hours, yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you'd want to. You try, at least.
Doable.
Thank you.
Yep. Like I say we'll timeline. We'll see if something happens.
Would be specific about Kenna doing her 2 hours of light activity being the Bones of the Earth book.
Yep.
And then 6 hours of sleep. If she's got to do a watch, it's going to be when she wakes up.
Fair enough. That being said, it sounds like Muldahine is in for the long run in terms of watching over the course of the night. Is anyone else going to get up for a 2-hour shift of watch?
Otherwise, would offer if they wanted company at one point in the night to wake them up. If not, they'll definitely enjoy as much sleep as they can get.
Well, then
But
I'll make
that's
this
up to
simple.
them.
Who is taking a shift for watch and who isn't?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Yep.
Okay.
If woken up, but otherwise no.
Okay. Sounds like only Gwen. Gotcha. In which case, the long rest, the night begins with Moldahain, Portia, and Gwyn up on the battlements, just kind of taking their time, enjoying the brisk 25-degree air. That is Fahrenheit, not Celsius. It's -2 Celsius for my good friend Ryan there. Yeah, it's a lovely night. Moldahain, you notice something after the first 30 or 40 minutes or so, where you usually get to the point where the cold of these sort of winter nights sort of settles into your bones, and you just are then able to just endure that minor discomfort for the rest of the night. You realize you actually don't deal with that discomfort now.
Okay.
It's cold. It's very cold, but for some odd reason, it's not settling in like it did. Even when you were sleeping inside the common area that you guys have set up as a camp area, it was even a little cold in there. But now that you're out here, you seem fine. Something's changed.
I just sort of go, to Gwen. I know it's been like kind of like an awkward silence, but there's been like idle chit chat. But
Passing of a
Lars would be
wineskin.
like, Lars would be like, is it just me or is this cold very bearable?
Gwen, you're a winterborn, aren't you?
Forestborn, but I
Forestborn.
have
Never mind.
a couple of things that make me cold hardy.
Yeah, if you've got one of those nifty things that allows you to bear freezing temperatures, winters like this have always been bearable for you.
I'm fine. Fine the whole time we've been up here. Why?
No different than any other winter night you've experienced.
Let's just say, it's kind of weird, I by trade sometimes I have to wait in the cold a couple of times, but I always feel it. But right now it doesn't feel it feels bearable. I know it's very cold, but it's kind of weird. I don't know.
Could be that sword you picked up, or maybe you're just getting used to it.
Maybe. I mean, I've always been taught by my father that in any situation, even if you are freezing cold, you do the job you are supposed to do, and the military training I got was very extensive. So maybe that is helping. I do not know.
No, I've never had anything like that. I'm just used to being out in it. Would you mind if I, and Dyra, this is also a question for you.
I'm
Would you
listening.
mind if I pitch my bedroll up here? And just wake me if you see anything. Or hear anything.
Are you asking to sleep on the battlements?
Yeah, I was asking if I would be able to do that.
I'm gonna ask for a con save, and there's a chance that you don't get a full long rest.
Okay. Alright. What a hunch.
Yes.
Mind if I pitch my bedroll up here?
By all means, do you want to be closer to the torch? I mean, I know it gives no warmth, but might as well.
Sure. Well, I'd be lying if I said there weren't something in the woods. I saw that stuff.
Well, if you are spooked, then and you care you care for it, then by all means, I'll be more diligent in my watchings. And and he'll move over and keep a more stern eye out towards the horizon, as far as you can see, obviously, during the dark.
Not super far.
Appreciate it.
You guys will basically see if anything's trying to make its way into the fortress. Otherwise, you lose vision, pretty quickly from torchlight.
Yeah.
Can I smell it? Hear anything?
Is there anything I'm supposed to be looking for? If I see a random deer and I shoot it, and it's a dead deer, it's.
Yeah. She just sort of glances out into the trees and just couldn't tell you. Just keep an eye out.
Okay, if I see something crazy, I will let you know.
I appreciate that. And yes, that is what I am doing.
Okay. Well, in which case,
Oh.
yes.
And I wanted to ask, do I hear or smell anything while I'm up here?
Perception check. I'm about to say, yeah, you got 2 hours of being awake. So both you and Moldaheim, if you'd like to make perception checks. Gwen, yours with advantage.
18.
Okay.
Perception 12 plus 1 is 13.
Okay. The 2 hours that you guys are sort of standing out here in the silence, kind of passing the wineskin back and forth between each other to keep warm, it's pretty uneventful. There is an occasional little snap of a branch or a twig, and then a skid and the skittering sound of something running into the underbrush. But otherwise, you really don't see a heck of a whole lot out here. It's pretty quiet. Just you and the sounds of nature.
Nice.
Gwen probably wouldn't be passing the wineskin back and forth. She'd make up some excuse. Something about she's coming off of something, some throat cold, something awful.
It's not like there aren't a couple of barrels of wine down below.
Yeah, no, she's just not sharing her wine.
I'm just saying, yeah. If
Get your own.
Moldaheim wants wine, I'm saying he can get it.
Yeah.
Plenty of wine available.
I mean, if she's brought it, if Gwen has brought it up, he'll partake, but he won't have a lot.
Yeah.
But if not, no, Lars would not seek out any sort of drink.
Okay. Well, it sounds like that'll meet Gwen's expectations fine. In which case, 2 hours will sort of cruise on by in relative solitude. Nothing really happening. Nothing really catching your attention greatly. The darkness of the evening finally really swallowing up any remnants of light from the day. And Gwen, you're just gonna set up out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I want you to do 2 things for me. One, let's see if you can determine your own fate. I need you to make a D100 roll.
D100 roll? Is
Yeah.
this for hypothermia?
It's for weather, so it might be hypothermia.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna whip out my good dice.
Ah, yes, because this is the roll that matters.
No, just because I like to use them.
Just be glad we're not in desert, guys.
Just fun.
The desert wasn't the worst.
48.
Okay. The weather will remain pretty constant throughout the night, which is still, 25 degrees.
It's fine.
All right, so you set up. You kind of just curl up tightly with your blanket, cuddling your wineskin, and you try to go to sleep. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. I'm good at these recently. 16.
Okay. You will be fine for the night.
Right.
Contrary to everyone's possible common and logical sense, you'll be fine.
Just as a bit of fun as well. If there's any snow on the battlements, every time Portia seems a bit bored or something like that, Lars will get a snowball and try and play with her a bit and throw it at a wall, and she'll run over to the wall and be like, you know, she's like, yeah, but it's like I know what you're doing, and I'm playing along, but you know this is bull. This is bull.
Yeah.
This is horseshit.
Yeah. After about an hour after Gwen goes to sleep, another figure walks up onto the battlements, Mordaheim,
Yes.
in the quiet of the evening. They approach you, and as the torchlight sort of catches them, you see the visage of Vasily.
With Gwen sleeping, he'll sort of regard Vasily with a nod.
Yeah. That's basically it. You go up there, you see him, he's wearing his armor, sword on his belt. He's got his pack that he's carrying over one shoulder, and he sort of gets up there and just leans it down against the wall, then just sort of props up his hood, and then just sort of sets to take watch with you. Over the course of the next couple of hours, again, uneventful, dull evening, with the exception of the fact it is a mostly clear night. There's no new snowfall, and there is partial cloud cover, but you see sort of in between several various clouds, you just see the streaking shooting star that sort of just streaks across the sky and then vanishes. And other than that, it is a quiet, uneventful evening, where by the time the morrow comes about, everyone has received their long rest. After about 2 or so hours, however, after Vasily arrives, after about 2 or so hours, he picks up his pack, shoulders both straps, looks at you, Mordaheim, and just gives you a firm nod. And then you watch as he descends the stairs and then exits through the hole in the side of the fortress and marches eastward.
Well, Lars will give him kind of like a really shoddy, like, you know, friendly sort of like salute.
Yeah.
What color are Vasily's eyes?
What color are his eyes?
Yeah.
Red.
Cool.
Notably red.
I felt like I should have talked to him. But never mind, he's gone. He's
gone now.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, might have stayed at people talk to him. He's gone. That's how that relationship went.
He's getting tired of being bullied.
Huh?
Well,
he's like, these crazy people, I'm out of here.
He announced what his intentions were, and so he's following up on them.
Yeah.
And so in the dead of the night, he marches off into the snow and trees. The following morning, roughly 8 hours later, putting everyone at about a pretty crisp 6:37 waking time. Adjust days, and we're gonna
When it gets to like first light, like Lars will sort of like if Gwen has received her full rest, Lars would sort of like tap Gwen and go, I'm just gonna go for a quick nap. In the morning, if you need anything, just let me know. And he'll leave.
Well, there's a little bit of a disparity there in that Gwen wakes up before first light.
Okay, no worries.
First light's in about First light is about an hour and a half from now. But everyone's resting times is a bit earlier. Like I said, closer to about 7.
Okay.
Gwen's a pretty early riser too, so.
I mean, when she's awake, I'll basically just say that and go and have a nap. Obviously, it's been a very chilly and very uneventful and boring night, so Lars will probably need to do something about that.
Okay. All of you come to. Long rest completed. All your things regenerating and rejuvenated.
Oh my god, yes.
Spell slots. Features.
You can hear.
Half your maximum HP. Don't forget. Half your hit dice.
And we level up.
No.
No.
You wish.
Yes, we do wish.
Yeah, I know. I mean, hey, you get a +2 ability score increase soon, so I mean, that's something.
Oh my god. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
No.
You're fine.
Lay on hands, welcome back. It's only been a month.
It's
Nikolai-
half the hit die, but what about HP?
Half of your maximum HP. So, for instance, if you have 30 HP, you regain 15 HP after a long rest. Regardless of how much
half
HP you
the
have.
Half the hit die?
And half your hit die.
Round it up or down?
I typically round down on everything, but for hit die, we were going to round up.
That's fair, because, you know,
That's
one
a-
hit dies.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's a little bit more generous.
Especially since you're already halving the other things.
Yep.
Yeah. And Nikolai sleeps for an hour later because he went to bed an hour later.
Yep. Nikolai will
Gwen
wake up
gets-
closer to sunup.
Gwen gets up early to go try to find something that isn't dry rations for breakfast.
You also lose one of your 2 inspiration points.
This is true. You also,
Right.
yeah, your inspiration points half after a long rest. So
It's okay,
everyone
haven't
has,
used
if
them
you have
yet.
2, you have 1.
When waking up, have we hit second dawn?
No, the sun is not quite up yet. The sun will be up in about another hour.
Okay.
Good question, though.
Gwen would invite Canada to go scrounging for breakfast if she were so inclined.
She'll accept.
Let's see. Scrounging or hunting? There's a difference.
Gwen's looking for rabbits again, so
Survival check.
wait.
I'll take 1 from both
Rabbits.
So,
I think you. Survival, you said?
of you. Yep.
That's
and
better.
I'm looking. So she's hunting for the meat. I'm looking for the sides.
Gotcha.
For plants. Oh. You want nature or survival for looking for plants?
Yeah, I'll really take either.
Okay. This.
And Gwen, what was your total number?
16.
Okay.
I got a 19 plus, I think, 6 or 4 or something.
So a big
Plus
number.
5, 24.
Kenna, you find a feast.
Wow.
The both of you, waking up just before sunrise, will go out into the woods surrounding the fortress, which is rife with plants and wildlife, of which, if you know what you're looking for, are all delicious and edible. Gwen, you do, in fact, find a couple of hares. Roll me a d6.
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 Must retrieve more dice. 4.
4. You find 5 hares. Over the course of about an hour, you find 5 hares.
Bring them back. Don't ask me how I killed them.
No, it's funny you should say that. I actually wanted to make a point. While you guys are out and about, are you guys sticking together first and foremost?
I wouldn't imagine we would. Hunting and foraging together seems like not a bad combination, but Harvey, if you want to make an argument.
No.
Okay. So you split up. In which case, both of you stumble across interesting scenes after you sort of traverse a little ways out from the fortress, looking for your various quarries. There are a handful of trees. Both of you will find one. Each find a tree where there is a deer carcass that has been disemboweled and smeared across the tree.
Are these the trees that I marked?
Yep.
How old?
That's kind of tough to tell. The deer carcass, because of the weather, the deer carcass is pretty well preserved, but the blood is mostly frozen. You can make me a medicine, nature, or survival check.
Gonna do medicine on my deer.
Sure.
Nature or survival? I'm gonna say medicine.
So
I'm
it's a
gonna
plus
say medicine,
5.
and I'm gonna roll.
We got an 18 for 23.
Wow, no! Okay.
After that, I'm also going to do something else.
Uh-huh.
17 plus 5, 22.
Okay. Both of you, analyzing the bodies of these creatures, first of all, can very obviously tell they have both had their throats ripped out by a large fanged creature of some kind, and then with a set of razor sharp claws had its belly slashed open, where its entrails and innards were just left to dangle and hang. The blood was very purposely smeared across the base and roots of the tree, and then with a surprising amount of force had a wooden branch or stake driven through it so it would stay attached to the tree. Cursory estimates tell you they're about 2 hours old or so. Not much in the way of scavengers have really come to pick at it yet.
Can I start looking for tracks?
What kind of roll did you make?
22.
No, what was it?
Oh, medicine. But
Okay.
this is the same modifier for survival.
Yeah, well, roll a survival check. And while you're doing that, Kenna, what's Kenna doing in addition to the investigation or the medicine check, rather?
Nothing off of the deer seems to have been used, right?
Nothing.
Not eaten, not used.
Nope. This seems like a statement.
Oh, yeah.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
She understands that. So I'm going to kneel down by this tree, sit cross-legged, and just go into silent meditation for 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to ritually cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You can do that.
Yeah, I was going to let you get to Gwen's thing because that takes
Sure.
10 minutes to do.
All right.
24.
Gwen, you take some time and you sort of inspect the area. And it is difficult to find, but you do eventually stumble upon the trail of what look like large panther tracks.
I'm gonna start following it.
Okay. They are heading southward. And basically it'll cross over the whole length of the perimeter you've tracked on the southerly track, and every quarter mile or so there is a slaughtered animal pinned to a tree in the same sort of killing.
Every time I find one, if I can do it quickly, I just unstake it, take it down.
I'm gonna need athletics checks.
If I can do it quickly.
It's not super quick. These were driven in with incredible force, and then blood has gotten into cracks. Things are frozen. Like it's not going to be easy.
Does the kind of force required for this strike me as something an older Lycan would be able to put together, or just?
You think your average Lycan could put this together?
Okay. Okay. I keep
but
going.
Yeah, there is a thing like as a Lycan lives longer, the stronger, and the more they embrace their curse, the stronger they become. This does, at the very least, ring true to you that this person is not eschewing their curse in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. I keep looking.
Okay. For funsies, Kenna, what direction did you head into for your foraging?
North.
Okay. In which case, you were not. Gwen is not going to stumble across you. Gwen, you stalk southward for some time. We're gonna go back to Kenna real quick, who's finishing the ritual because Gwen's now on the other side of a longer task than your 10 minutes. So
Finishes the ritual, and then I stand up and I look around for birds.
okay. Make a perception check.
Okay.
See if you can find me birds.
If I don't see any, I'm calling for them. What do I have? Perception is a +3. 19, 22.
Okay. You in fact do see a handful of dark feathered animals sort of sitting perched on a branch about 20 or so feet away. There was a combination of eyeballing you and eyeballing the corpse. Like, when is she gonna leave?
Feathered friends. Hold on, let me make. I gotta pull up the actual ability. Just limited intelligence, but a minute. Okay, cool. Feathered friends. Did you see what happened to this deer?
So there's three of these birds on this branch, and they all of a sudden have that moment where their heads sort of just like tilt off to the side. They're like, and then they look at one another very frantically, like this is unusual. And then just sort of like in a cacophony of various sounds. Big cat, big cat, big cat.
Yes.
What color cat?
Again, they have a moment where they regard one another like they're telepathically speaking to come to a consensus. And then they fly down to the ground to get a little closer to you. They're about 10 feet away now. And then kind of like in their weird synchronicity once more go, like us, like us, like us.
She looks like a color.
I love
They are they have dark midnight black feathers.
Mm-hmm. Last question, my friends, before I let you clean this mess up. Which direction did they go?
Once more, they stop, look at each other, and then they all sort of do the bird hop, and they hop a little bit south, and then they just all stare off in that direction. And then after a moment, they just go.
She'll point in that direction, and then go ahead.
And then they just all go that way, that way, that way.
Well, thank you. Thank you, my feathered friends. Now, I will not bother you. You may eat. And she will walk south a little bit.
And as Kenna begins walking south, crunching through the snow, Kenna, as you're walking away, you hear the birds hopping in the snow, and then you just hear food, 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 and then quiet as they begin pecking.
And I'll walk a ways away to leave them to their means.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to find a clearing that has no trees obscuring the sky.
Okay.
And I'm going to kneel down and meditate again.
Okay.
Going to ritually cast locate animals.
Okay.
And I'm going to search for the description of a black panther.
All right. You get a ping of one, but just narrowly, on the edge of the range of the spell, 5 miles south of you.
Okay. So I do get one. I get ping of one.
Of one.
Fuck. Oh my god, I can't believe we're here doing this right now.
Doing it
Come on,
live.
bitch.
My god, I'm so mad.
I just peed on the trees. I just peed on them. I didn't put the deer there. I just peed on them.
Oh god.
Motherfucker. Sorry.
Get in,
Dyer,
bitch. We're
I'm
going
sorry.
hunting.
Oh dear.
Okay. I get the ping, and I begin to walk south.
Okay.
And I don't know. You said it's on the edge. It's like 5 miles away.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I didn't. I prepared one of 2 spells because of long resting.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I had prepared the other one. But this one would be interesting to use. The other one would have been better.
Yeah.
No. See, I'm going a different method of druidism, but yeah, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna actually continue at pace. I'm not trying to let him get away. Damn, put me in a rock and a hard place. Yeah, I move in that direction, and I keep going, and I keep going. I'm gonna actually move for about 30 minutes southward.
Okay.
I don't know what food I gathered in this time, but I've stopped gathering.
Yeah, you did manage to find a decent amount of things before you stumbled across that body.
And
a handful of stuff to make a nice little breakfast hash.
Behaviorally, someone killing an animal, staking it to a tree, and not using any of it has just made her angry.
Mm-hmm.
Not knowing that this is Gwen's fault.
It's not my fault. I just peed on the trees. I didn't do shit. I didn't even pee on his coat.
But being angry at this nonetheless, burning down a lumber camp angry, moves southward. And to catch my breath for a slight bit, I will ritually cast a spell I've never used before. But I'm going to ritually cast Animal Messenger.
Okay.
And I'm
What
gonna
kind
look
of
up for another
bird?
I'm gonna make a bird call. And I'm gonna look for a bird that replies to the call. And I would ritually cast Animal Messenger.
Okay.
And that I can see within 30 feet of me. I specify a location which I must have visited, and a recipient who matches a general description. Oh, I have to do both? Fuck, I could do one or the other. When the messenger arrives, it delivers your message to the creature that you described, replicating the sound of your voice. I thought it was different. I haven't been 5 miles south.
You have not. I'm willing to allow you to give them a description of who they're supposed to deliver it to.
I swear, when I read this spell yesterday in Plans for a Long Rest, I didn't realize it had the word "and."
It's fine. Like I said, I'm willing to allow you to do one or the other. Just obviously having both will make it more accurate. Like giving a location to an animal to be like, well, bring this message to this area. If it doesn't find someone, it can't deliver. Along with, if it finds a person,
matches a general description such as blank blank blank. You also speak a message of up to 25 words. Target beast travels for the duration of the spell toward the specific location, covering 50 miles per 24 hours for a flying messenger. Because duration is 24 hours.
Yeah.
When the messenger arrives, it delivers your message to the creature that you described, replicating the sound of your voice. The messenger speaks only to a creature matching the description you gave. Yep. All right. So I look towards this feathered friend. May I pick the bird, or are you picking it?
No, go for it.
I would like to think that a bird that I have experience with in person would be a red-tailed hawk.
Okay.
Is what
Speed.
I mimicked a call of, and it swooped in. And I give its message 25 words. All right, I'm about to pull the hands out.
Yeah.
The sending hands. To the panther-like beast that needlessly slaughtered that doe. You have angered the inner spirit of one who protects the forest. I got 3 left.
I counted 25, but okay.
Yeah, no, I had 3 left too.
Okay.
Some of those words were hyphenated.
Okay.
Eat my ass.
See, I was gonna say see you.
Perish.
You will die.
Fox.
I'm not sure if this is a threat or a date invitation now.
I need one more word. I need one more word.
See you soon.
Not a date.
Yeah, I'll do
Not a date. Not a date. One word.
see you soon.
Okay.
We're going hunting.
And like a animal handler with their hawk companion, you sort of finish the spell and then release the animal back to the skies with a gesture of your arm, and it takes off. And only the alarming amounts of speed a hawk can. We're gonna cut back to Gwen real quick.
Does she see this hawk just?
Yeah, about to, yeah. After a couple of minutes, yeah, there is a very abrupt, just like blur of flying movement above your head, Gwen.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's just like and just gone. If there were airplanes, it's kind of like that. It's just like, oh, well, that was something. Gwen, how far south are you going?
I'm following.
Like
I'm following.
all the way?
I'm following a decent ways. How far behind me? I guess I can't know how far behind me Kenna is.
Yeah, you have no idea.
I'm following, yeah. A decent ways. I'm gonna go a couple miles. And if it seems like it's gonna keep going and not turn back.
Okay. Well, you're gonna go for a bit. We're gonna hop back to Kenna real quick because the only thing I just want to know is, does Kenna's reaction change the further south you go, the more of these desecrated bodies you find? They're not all deer. There's a couple of like mountain boar mixed in occasionally. There's a hare here or there. But it looks like if there's any wildlife that had been living in and around the fortress over the course of the night that sort of wandered in, it looks like it got killed. And they're all in the same state. None of them were used for their meat or anything. They were just killed and staked and bloodied all over a tree.
God damn it, Gwen.
Yeah,
I didn't do anything!
Yeah, like I said, and there is a weird, nonsensical irregularity to their appearances.
Mm-hmm. The moment she finds more of those deer, I cast Longstrider on myself.
Okay. You will start gaining on Gwen, unbeknownst to either of you.
So now I move at 40 feet and I'm dashing at 80.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
That'll be alarming for Gwen in about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
all right.
that I think it lasts for an hour.
It does. Longstrider is great. Yeah. For the sake of it, it'll be about 20 or so minutes. Of your tracking, Gwen, as you continue to go further and further south, eventually breaking a bit past the edge of your perimeter, where you begin to you first feel the movement around you, kind of just like your keen animal senses going, "What the hell is that?" And then
took her 30 minutes.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
Go.
It took her 30 minutes to do the locate animal, and then
It took her 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought it was 30 minutes.
No, it was ritually cast. Everything's
Okay.
10 minutes roughly.
All right, yeah. Never mind. I thought I would have, because I would have said that I would have made it a couple miles, or I was going to go a couple miles out to see.
Yeah, but
And I haven't made it that far yet.
yeah, but you're tracking, and there is a dashing 80 foot per 6 seconds half giant pursuing you, not knowing it, but it's one of those that you guys sort of intersect, unbeknownst to either of you. Like I said, it's after a little bit of time of your tracking that you begin to feel kind of like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park where the water shakes. There's just like an occasional shake of like branches, and you see some snowfall, and you have no idea what's going on. And then you hear it finally, and it's when you can turn and see the giantess Kenna at a full breakneck sprint in your general direction. It's not like directly at you, but you guys are kind of like on parallel lines, where you see Kenna just off in the distance as light is finally caressing the trees.
Oh, where's my D4?
I'm about to say, yeah, y'all been out here for a little bit.
Does she stop?
D4, come to me.
As soon as Kyle rolls his D4 for recharging on Pyrobrand.
She's so angry that she isn't even doing her daily sunlight ritual.
I rolled a 1, but I was only missing 1 charge.
Perfect.
So.
It's full.
Does she stop or does she just run right by Gwen?
Do I notice Gwen?
You've got a decent passive perception. You notice Gwen. Gwen's not being... I don't know, is Gwen being stealthy?
Nope, not really.
Yeah, in which case, yeah, you notice Gwen. Have you watched Umbrella Academy, the second season yet? You know, the car scene where they... Yeah, it's basically... It's like that. So it's like, do you decide to stop or not?
She looks at Gwen. Can I tell Gwen is tracking?
Gwen is outside the average range of the perimeter that you've seen Gwen establish. So
she's got the rabbits over her back, but she's like pretty intently looking at the ground and like making her way slowly forward. She's not going as quick as you are.
She's gonna do the car moment where she just looks at Gwen and kind of like takes it all in, and then just nods, and then she's gonna keep on going.
And gone.
I panic a little bit. I start panicking a lot more. And then I just say, oh, fuck. And I transform into a wolf and I start dashing. But I try to go in a direction that would not intersect with her. And I just try to get faster. And I have to go faster, but I'm also, I have things that might slow Kenna down that I won't be slowed down by.
Well, so I want to clarify, because this is like one of the first times we're doing normal wolf out, which is when you usually go from your human form to your hybrid form, a lot of your equipment can stay attached to you because you're more or less the same size and shape. When you go to normal wolf form, you will leave behind all of your equipment.
All of it.
Especially your armor and weapon and shield.
Dog.
Wolves don't really have an accessible way to carry those.
Dog clinking and clanking.
Especially since this is a speed thing. But your wolf form could keep up with what Ken is doing, with Kenna's speed right now.
My wolf form could outpace Kenna. Because I get a +5 to movement speed, and wolf standard speed is 40.
Oh, well, yes. I forgot. Forestborn. Yeah, you're right.
But, yep. Just continue. Because have plan.
Meanwhile, everyone else is just inside the fort, like just preparing breakfast. It's a normal day.
Yeah, I think.
Oh man, I thought they were gonna be back by now.
Lars is having a bit of a nap in the corner.
Yeah, there's like someone's got a cast iron skillet. You know, just.
Nikolai and Edelweiss have poured a cup of breakfast tea, sharing some nice tea.
Otherwise, is staying under the covers, blankets, because it's nice.
Yep, in front of the fire, just like chilling, and then you just both have a moment. You look at each other. I wonder where Kenna and Gwen are. They should be back by now. Oh well.
Quick question, Dyer.
Yep.
What is my AC in hybrid form if I'm unarmored?
It's 10 plus your dexterity mod. If it's hybrid form, you get an additional +1 because werewolves, I guess.
So
werewolves or whatever.
I'm gonna call out to her. I'm gonna be like, wait, fuck! I need to tell you something. You can't
Bark.
Yeah.
No, I'm not transformed. As she's running past me, I'm trying to flag her down.
Let me make a roll.
Insight check.
Let me make a roll.
Okay.
This will change things. I have a series of actions lined up right now.
She says, you don't know what you're running into.
I rolled an 8, so she ignores you.
I cast command.
Oh boy. And it begins.
Yeah, isn't that 30 feet?
Dyer, it's 60, up to you.
I think. Yeah, it's 60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely a point of intersection where this is doable.
And
Well-
the command is just stop.
Kenna, make a wisdom saving throw.
But you would feel it whether or not you save or pass or fail.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you would obviously know. Like, you won't stop if it doesn't actually take. But you'll know it
But
was
you-
cast on you.
Yeah.
What is your DC?
What did you roll?
I gotta find my mod real quick.
Both
Rolled a
of you.
14 plus a 5, so 19.
You save.
Yeah.
My DC is 12.
Yeah, you guys are level 3. I mean, like, yeah, come on.
But like,
Know these things? I honestly forgot she had spells. I'm gonna be real honest. Okay.
yeah. I
does
haven't
Gwen
been
even
doing any
do?
of them. But she did just cast a spell on you, and it didn't take effect, but you felt it. Does that give you anything?
What does
No,
Kenna
the
do?
gate was she heard you but ignored you.
Yeah, but does the
Yeah, the spell
Does
that
that-
Gwen clearly tried to penetrate your mind with. What is Kenna's reaction to that? It is obvious you had to mentally stave off a magical effect on yourself.
Not happy.
Does Kenna keep running?
I'm gonna point out, y'all don't know this quite yet, but this is a very similar action that had her burn down an entire lumber camp.
but does she keep running?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just
To the
Kenna
point
will
where-
remember this.
To the point where she gets mad, and my series of actions is I use a second level spell slot to recast Locate Animal,
Ooh,
searching for the panther.
Spicy.
Without stopping.
okay.
So I'm just running, and I
Then
cast
do
it,
something else.
and my eyes glow.
I'm gonna drop everything. I'm gonna go full wolf form, and I'm going to try to catch up with her and get in front of her. And
Well,
It'll take you a minute. Kenna,
it's
you
like,
will.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you're gonna finish. You're gonna pop off that spell, spending a spell slot.
Yeah.
The creature you are pursuing, is still just on the range of the spell, 5 miles south of where you are now.
Okay. Had assumed as much, which is why I wild shape into an elk, and I'm dashing at 100 feet.
you know what? Forget I fucking said anything at all. Forget I fucking said anything at all. I'm just gonna follow her on foot. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck everything.
Druids, am I right?
I'm just gonna keep following on foot, and I'm gonna do it to the best of my ability.
And this is why, because out of the things Kenna got from that, she knew it honestly has no idea, besides you trying to stop her, that you have anything to know about it.
You're such a
But
dumbass.
she
She
thought-
fucking said to you, you don't know everything. No,
You-
no,
You
no,
said
no,
for the record,
fine.
you said you don't know what you're getting into, which yes does have an implication that you know what's happening. But
I will also say, have you ever yelled at somebody who's like 60 feet away from you, dashing like a running back?
I'm not yelling at you 60 feet away because I was casting a spell at you before you got 60 feet away. I was running at you. I was yelling at you as you were running by.
But command is a word, which is just stop.
Yeah.
That's it. That doesn't have any explanation or description to it. But either way, she saw that this was some kind of panther creature, but panthers don't stake animals to trees. And that's the info she got from that, and that is why she's angry and taking off. So,
Yeah.
I'm a large-sized elk.
Well,
which
Kenna
for the
likes to
Long
run
strider.
headlong. Kenna likes to run headlong into things and get into trouble. So Gwen's following behind.
yeah, which for the record, Kenna, in your elk form with Longstrider active for a period of time, if you're dashing, you will go 120 feet.
20. Yep. Because it's 50 to 60 feet for 120 feet.
Yep, and then dashing you will double it, which
Oh my
is
God.
you a real speedy boy.
Speedy bitch.
Not
Taking
how
this a
I
little
planned on
personally,
using-
You're
Gwen.
good.
I'm just saying.
Not how I planned on using these spells, but here we are.
Here we are. Oh, how the cookie crumbles.
Oh, how the turns table.
Okay. Yeah, you guys just begin barreling southward at various different speeds. Gwen, you begin to lose sight of Elk Kenna pretty quickly.
Oh, I
As
need
of-
the-
as time
Forest
passes
Horn,
on. Yes.
I think. Hold on. Let me go back to. Let me reference the Google Doc because I might be able to move a little bit faster. But continue for now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not slowing you down from anything.
I know. I'm just saying. I probably move just a little bit faster than I would otherwise in a forest. So I just need to let you know what that is when I find it.
Yep. And are you dashing or are you just
I'm dashing.
jogging? Okay.
Yeah, I'm dashing because
Okay,
I'm
that
panicking.
matters.
I'm full
Yeah.
panicking.
Yeah, that matters. Real quick, before I start winding us up towards the dramatic finish, back at the fortress, we have Mordaheim and Portia taking a quick early morning nap. And we have Nikolai and Edelweiss, who are just kind of going about their early morning. You guys want to do anything in particular? Anything specific? You know, something going on?
So, there is actually something I did want to do. And this was before that, which was he'd like to gaze into the future again about what would happen today, like dealing with the orb, or maybe if the undead come back, you know, same thing like the bear, just any future problems.
Okay.
But
Oh my.
A
that.
D100 glimpse, I'm assuming?
Yep,
Okay.
the
Oh
D100.
my.
All right.
Oh my.
Well, you know the role.
Oh,
I hope you hit money.
That's a 50. That's a straight 50-50. Borrowing a little bit from the augury, you get a splintered vision, where you sort of glimpse into an uncertain future, and you basically get a scene of yourself in one of the rooms inside the fortress. You are uncertain of when it is, where exactly you are, or who else is around you, but you see an image of you standing in the room with your hand outstretched before, with the orb slowly floating towards you, and then the whole scene sort of flickers, and in between the flickering, you see basically two different scenes unfold. One is where you levitate the orb to you and rest it in your hand, and you handle it and you inspect it. And another one is the orb slowly rolling towards you with you face down into the stone, being crushed to death. Your future is uncertain.
that's a much pretty sight. Okay. Yep.
Yep. Also, it's in the bag of holding around my waist, melded into an elk.
So many layers of protection. Do you want to cut it out of the elk? You're more than welcome to try.
So I'll go back to morning tea.
Oh no.
Nikolai suddenly just begins sweating in front of the fire for no reason.
Just, put that out of the mind and say to Edelweiss, I could, your performances have been amazing. I wouldn't mind if you played some more. It'd be nice. Sip was like, really? Sip.
As you wish. And guidance performance, because that's what they do. Ugh. That's roll to GM, but it's
Yeah, it's not bad.
D4.
Yeah, plus D4. All right.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah,
that's
that's good. That's good. 16 total.
16.
It's a pleasant early morning music. What kind of instrument is Edelweiss playing?
Violin.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's light and cheery. Without it being too energetic, it's just like good vibing music. You're just there. You're just trying to center yourself.
They're not doing something too, I guess, big. Also, they're tired. They're still kind of a little bit sleepy, so I'm just gonna attribute the okay roll for that. Though the guidance really did.
Yeah,
say
exactly.
yes.
Yeah, it's a wake up practice song.
Yeah.
It's got to shake off the cobwebs a little. Otherwise, the interior of this place is pleasant, with the exception of the darker cloud mildly hanging around Nikolai's thoughts of a future death that he just foresaw.
Okay.
I'm sure it's not the first time.
Perfect. We get the end. We get that. We're going to end the session with two oddly crippling narrative cliffhangers. Awesome. Nikolai foreseeing a potential death, and two other people running headlong into danger. Which, some time passes at these breakneck speeds, where this pursuit of this entity is the foremost thing in both people's minds, Gwen and Kenna. It is sometime later when Kenna, you reach into an area where you see up ahead, padding along at a normal pace, is a large, muscular, black-furred cat. It seems to just be, weaving in between trees, very nimbly making its way along through the forest. How is Kenna going to approach this situation?
Do I have a gut feeling that the Hulk made it to it?
You know what? Make me a survival check. At disadvantage, because you are just so focused, and you're elk sprinting like crazy.
All right. Let me see here. Oh, okay. So the elk has the same modifier as me. Cool. I got a +5.
Well, you would use your modifier anyway. In wild shape, you keep all your mental statistics.
Unless
it's higher.
A higher one.
Yes.
Yep. You said disadvantage, right?
Yep.
Fuck. All right.
Because
sorry.
You're moving quick.
15.
Don't worry. The 15 is enough to still piss you off further. Somewhere along the way, you find remnants of a hawk. It's eaten. But yeah, you find just spatters and streaks of blood and pieces of feather and an occasional piece of bone here or there. But there's not much left of it.
Well, at least that one got eaten.
He didn't realize he called in for delivery, but sure enough, breakfast was served.
Wow.
DoorDash.
Wow.
Grubhub.
Wow. All right. You know what? See you, Jay.
Oh, this is feeling like it's crossing lines, but all right.
That was Hardy's favorite bird.
Hockey. No.
Not Gerald.
Black Panther versus Hawkeye.
Hey, ram it.
Okay.
How far behind am I at this point?
You got you got a couple minutes before you catch up to Kenna.
No, Kenna, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
We'll see. I have a weapon that can actually hurt lichens.
So
Okay,
yeah, for funsies, you rolled me. What sort of attacks do elks have? Is it a trample? Is it
Ram.
a ram? Oh, all right, yeah.
I have charge, ram, and hooves.
All right, well, yeah, you're gonna get your charge and your ram combination going down. So make an attack roll.
At least, hey guys, at least she has the health potion, you know?
9 + 5 for 14.
That does not hit.
Okay.
It is moving along and weaving in between these trees. Again, at a decent pace for traveling, but it's not, trying to make any time, like it has somewhere to be. And it senses with supernatural ability your impending attack, and it sort of leaps off to the side. 4 paws land on the side of a tree, and then it pushes off in retaliation to attack you. What's your elk's AC? I can't imagine it's huge.
The elk has just got 10.
Okay, yeah. It's going to hit you with a claw attack, as it essentially rebounds off of this tree and attempts to harm you, which it does for 8 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
I need you to make a strength saving throw, please. Boop, 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 boop.
Doop.
Even if it doesn't have saving throws, I still use the mod, right?
Yeah.
15, 16, 18.
That's really good. You managed to avoid being pinned underneath this sleek black cat. And as it rebounds and basically digs its claws into you, and then it does not manage to pin you as you sort of manage to skitter away from it. It sort of repositions itself and turns in this very aggressive stance, and it snarls, revealing row of razor sharp teeth with these two huge protruding fangs at the front. And it has, noticeably to you, Kenna, at the first glance, the striking amethyst-colored eyes. And as it has, when you have this moment of regard to one another, you watch as its form begins to shift and twist, and you hear the cracking and breaking of bones and the tearing of skin as it morphs itself into actually, it's approximately the same height as you. The form of a hybrid panther humanoid.
No, you said it was 8 feet.
That's a little shorter than Kenna then.
No, Kenna's 7'8", right?
Is Kenna 7'8"?
What about elk Kenna?
I remember because I said because I also rolled for Gwen height as Wolfie, and I was like, it's like 7'8", and she was just like, oh, we're the same height at that point then.
Kyle, tell us, please.
Kyle, tell us true.
I'm looking.
Okay.
I'm looking. I don't know if it was 7'8" or 7'11", but it's not 8 feet.
Okay.
Oh, I love that gas station.
It's 7'8" because we rolled our heights together.
Okay.
That's a big ass doe.
Yeah, so it's
A deer, a
yes.
female deer.
An 8-foot tall hybrid panther creature stands before you.
Okay.
And it lowers itself kind of low to the ground with its claws extended out far to the sides, and you see the snapping of these razor sharp claws, and it just stares you down. And then it just looks at you and goes, "Are you the one that promised me a meal?"
You ever heard an elk just scream at you?
Yeah.
Not at me. Have I heard one? Yes.
So just that, but within almost point blank range is the response.
Noted.
And also, elks standing on all 4 legs, the shoulder to foot is 8 feet.
Mm-hmm. For funsies, I want you to roll initiative.
All right.
We just gonna get this out of the way right now.
Notes. Elk. Cool.
Which will
Very cool.
give me a week to properly make my my werepanther token.
13.
Okay.
Wait, do I use mine or the elks?
You use the elk's dexterity. Although you can, because
It's
table rules, you're allowed to use wisdom or intelligence as well. So if you want to use your wisdom modifier instead, you can.
16.
Okay.
I rolled a 13. The elk just has a 0.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. No,
So.
snappy. That's a good number. All right, and then you are left in this small entangle of trees with this were-panther staring you down and this screaming elk meeting it face to face. And somewhere several minutes behind, clambering through the snow and the woods, is Gwen, puffing out cold breath as she's trying to hustle and catch up to prevent Kenna from walking into something she believes will be a terrible mistake. And that is where we will pick up next week. So,
Is my now that things are closed, is my speed as a hybrid the same speed as my walking speed?
yes, it's 35 feet.
Okay. No, I don't know. Fine.
And
What a cliffhanger. What a cliffhanger.
we'll talk to you all next week. Bye.